Yep. Commissioner Alto.
Present.
Commissioner Chang.
Present.
Chair Hackman.
Present.
Commissioner Lawing.
Present.
Vice Chair Rupravar, absent. Commissioner Suma.
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We are now moving into oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on the agenda. So if you are here and wanting to speak either on the 985 Channing Avenue matter or Castellea, this is not your opportunity to speak. And so please don't raise your hand yet. If you do wish to speak on this oral communication item, raise your hand on the Zoom app. There's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Ms. Kocheva, are there public speakers for oral communication?
Yeah, we have one raised hand from Jennifer.
Ms. Atchison, yeah, Ms. Atchison, before you start to speak, I know you have an involvement in 985 Channing Avenue, so I want to reiterate, this is not an opportunity to speak on that item.
Right, I understand. I was merely trying to let you know that we could hear okay, but also we do request video, appearance by video, if we could please have that. I'll just make that statement. And otherwise I'll mute myself.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Tava, do we have that capability?
Yes. Once if they need to, I can promote them to be panelists.
So when we get to the appropriate time, Mr. Yang, is there any reason why we can't allow applicants or other public speakers to have video presence? You're muted.
Sorry about that. That would be fine.
Okay, very good. All right, so Ms. Atchison, I think that answers your questions. Are there any other speakers for oral communications, Ms. Kocheva?
No, I don't see any raised hands.
All right, very well. Then we will go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I don't have any. Commissioners or staff, do any of you have agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
I don't see any hands, so let's move to city official reports. Mr. Lake.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Heckman and commissioners. It's been a while since I've been at this meeting and kicking it off. I'm filling in for Rachel this evening. So good to see you all. I was smiling a moment ago. I don't know if you saw that. I just got a text message from my wife saying that my dog just ate my dinner. So I'm gonna have to figure out a plan B on that. So I wanted to just acknowledge that, this is the last meeting that we have this calendar year for the PTC. I want to thank the commission for all of its hard work and support over the year. We just met last week, so not a whole lot to report out on, but the city council did reappoint Commissioner Chang and appointed Commissioner Keith Reckdahl to join the Planning and Transportation Commission next year. I think Commissioner Reckdahl is ending his term on the Parks and Rec Commission. He participated in the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan Working Group and is a current member of the Housing Element Working Group. So I'm looking forward to him joining the team, and then also for Commissioner Chang to continue her work that she started, I think it was earlier this year, if I'm remembering correctly. Great. Okay. And then, of course, then I also want to acknowledge that this is Commissioner Alczek's last meeting, and wanted to thank you, Mr. Alczek, for your service on the commission and to the city. I was trying to remember how many years it's been, and it's more than 12, I think, but maybe you can correct me on that.
I know, I think we're a few days short of,
A few days short of what?
I think it's just a little bit under 10, almost
Oh,
10
okay.
years.
All right. I gave you a few extra years and a couple of extra years then.
I've had a profound experience, so I don't blame you.
You've been on as long as I've been here. I know that.
That's right,
So-
that's right. I think, no, I predate you because I worked with Curtis Williams, and when he departed, Aaron Ackman came on board, and then you came shortly after, the former city planning director. I'm blanking on her name.
Hillary Gilman.
Hillary, yeah, that's right.
So, so thank you. If you would join us next month in January, we'd like to present a resolution recognizing your service, and like to invite you back for that. I will note that will be a virtual meeting because the City Council also on Monday extended the board and commission remote meetings through the month of February. That's we'll keep you posted after the holidays on any updates related to that. But for now, Chair Heckman, I'll turn it back over to you, and again appreciate all the commissioners and the service that you've provided this year. Thank you.
So Commissioner Alczek, let's see, the date of our first meeting in January, I believe, is the 12th, Wednesday, the 12th. So I'm curious if you think you can participate in that meeting so that we can give you that proclamation and hold our comments until that time.
No,
I don't think that should be a problem.
Okay, perfect.
As long as I get, at least half the time to rebut. No, I'm just kidding. No, that would be great. And I assume we would do it at the start of the meeting. So it's just a short period at 6 o'clock. Okay,
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
The only other thing I would like to add to the city official reports is just to note from our agenda packet that our PTC liaisons for January, Commissioner Suma, your lead, and Vice Chair Rupavar is your backup. And I don't know if there's a council meeting before January 12th. There probably is. But staff will let you know if there are PTC items on that. I just wanted to give you a heads up today, since we won't be reconvening until the 12th of January. All right, with that, does anyone else have any city official reports business? In that case, we will move into our agenda items, and we will start with our action items, starting with agenda item number 2, public hearing quasi judicial 985 Canning Avenue, which is 21 PLN-00167, request for public hearing of a preliminary parcel map to remove recorded height restrictions on the underlying parcel map environmental assessment, exempt from the provisions of CEQA in accordance with guideline section 15315 regarding minor land divisions. The zoning district is R1, which is a single family residential. So this is an item that's come back to us after an original set of September 8th, then actually heard this issue through public comment into commission deliberation on October 13th, then continued to have legal counsel look at an issue. Was scheduled for November 10th, but that meeting ended up being canceled due to an agenda issue. And so it's back tonight. Do we have any a staff report, any kind of update from the staff report we received on October 13th?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just like to invite Assistant City Attorney Albert Yang to bring the commission up to speed as to what's transpired since then and where we are now. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, so there's nothing, no new substance added from the staff report, but I'm just going to briefly recap where we've been. So as you noted, Chair Heckman, this item was first scheduled for September 8th. It was continued then at the request of a neighbor. And then on the 13th, the commission received staff and applicant presentations and heard public comment. And then there was a question about whether there was a different procedure that the city should be following to in this situation. And then we came back in November with our conclusion on that question, but that meeting was adjourned. So next slide. So the question was raised in the October hearing was a preliminary parcel map the correct mechanism here, or should there be a map amendment instead, which is a different process outlined under the Subdivision Map Act. And staff's conclusion, after speaking with colleagues in the field and with outside counsel as well, was that the preliminary parcel map is an acceptable procedure in these circumstances. And as it's the one that the applicant selected, that's what's before the commission now. There are two other procedures that are outlined, at least two other procedures that are outlined in the Subdivision Map Act to change a final map. It's either an amending map or a certificate of correction. In our research, we found that both of these processes are generally more limited, both in terms of the scope of what they can do and the amount of public hearing and public process that they require, since they are so limited in scope. And they're also not the exclusive procedures to do something like change or remove a condition of approval from a map. So next slide. So the question, just to summarize, that's before the PTC now is, does the PTC recommend that the relevant findings, in this case, that they not be made because the MAP Act has reverse findings, in the absence of this condition limiting height on the lot. So these findings were not made in the 80s when the condition was a part of the facts before the commission and the city council. And now the question is, can they still be made without that condition? I also want to note there was a late submission from the neighbor, a neighbor attorney representing the neighbors, that raised some new substantive concerns. And the applicant has requested, given the late nature of that submission, that the commission either disregard it in its deliberations or continue the hearing so that the applicant can prepare a substantive response. I guess, regardless, if the commission decides to continue to hear this item and deliberate it on it tonight, I would recommend that we allow the applicant a time to present and have reopen public comment, regardless of whether or not the commission is going to be considering the late submission from the neighbor's attorney.
Mr. Yang, I have a couple of questions before I ask those. Mr. Sauls or Mr. Late, is there anything that you want to add in the nature of a staff report? Nope. Okay, so the letter that Mr. Yang is referring to, I was just seeing if I could pull it up here. I believe it came in today at 2:50 p.m. Is that right? From the letter from Ms. Atchison. I think that's the email I saw.
I'm not sure when it was forwarded to the commission, but it came in this afternoon, yes.
It was received by staff from the applicant's council, from the neighbors council this afternoon.
Yes.
All right. So I have reviewed the letter, and it raises a series of legal issues. And while I understand the process that you're suggesting, Mr. Yang, initially, though, I have a question. I think some, if not all, the commissioners are going to want to ask you for the city's opinion on the legal issues raised in that letter. And I'm concerned that in the short time since the city received that letter, city attorney staff may not have had time to digest, analyze that letter sufficiently that they can comfortably opine as to any concerns we may have. And if that's the case, then I think it's another reason to consider continuance. So I'd like to hear, Mr. Yang, from you on your ability to adequately prepare for tonight in response to that letter.
Sure. I'm prepared to move forward tonight if that's the commission's desire.
All right. We had concluded public comment after on October 13th. And so before this letter came today and hearing Mr. Yang, it was my intention to move right back into Planning Commission deliberations. But I understand that the applicant has requested at a minimum opportunity to speak to the letter tonight. And it sounds like preferably a continuance so that they or their counsel can respond to this letter that came today. So I'd like to know, I'd like to know what the thoughts are of the commission regarding a continuance or alternatively reopening public comment. Commissioner Alchek.
I would suggest that you don't reopen public comment. I think that it would make sense for commissioners to be able to ask the staff and our legal team any legal questions sort of related to this item. And my presumption is that our legal team has thought through many of the issues that have been raised. And so I think that it makes more sense to proceed without reopening public comment, because I think if you reopen public comment for the applicant, then you open the door to reopening public comment for the other side to make a more substantive case for the letter they wrote. So if I had to order my preference would be not to reopen public comment and to proceed, and for any legal questions that we have pertaining to this issue, for us to direct those to our legal staff and have them, answered adequately, ideally. And then, and in the event that they can't be answered adequately, suggest that they'd have to get back to us. My second preference would then be, if you're going to reopen public comment, then I would reopen it and allow anyone present to comment. And then the very most unpreferred option, I think, would be to continue the item, especially considering that our legal staff seems prepared to address any legal issue related to this application. So, which makes sense. That's their job. So those are the order. I would prefer to not, but if you're going to do it, then I think you open it for everyone. And my least preferred option would be to continue the item. I think it sounds like we can deal with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Alcheck. Before I go to Commissioner Lowing, Mr. Yang, it was my understanding when you were talking about what Commissioner Alcheck has described as his option 2, reopening the public hearing. I thought I understood you to say that would be an opportunity, not only for the applicant, but for any other member of the public that wanted to speak. Was that staff's intention?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that was just a clarifying point. Commissioner Lowing, what are your thoughts?
That more or less cleared it up. I mean, if somebody needs an extension to prepare, I'd be willing to go with that. But if they're both going to be able to speak tonight to the matter, that's okay too.
Other commissioners want to weigh in? Well, I will. Thank you, Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, so it's the applicant that asked for the continuance because they hadn't reviewed it. I think if anybody is uncomfortable with the last minute submission, I'm fine continuing it. I'm sorry for the applicant because it's been bounced a couple of times. I certainly can't unread or ignore the letter because I have read it, so I can't unread it. So I guess I'm kind of opposite of Commissioner Alcheck. I do think there's a lot new in here. So I'm not against reopening public comment for anyone in the normal manner that we do. And it sounds like the applicant is not comfortable with the length of time they had to review it. So I'm sensitive to that. And I guess it seems more fair to continue it. But I am happy that, you know, our legal staff is prepared anyhow. So that's my thoughts.
I think here my thoughts are aligned with Commissioner Suma. This is the applicant's application, and they're trying to move forward with it. They were presented with this letter today, the same day we were. There's no explanation in the letter as to why it was delivered today. I reviewed it and I didn't see anything that was time sensitive that couldn't have been written with equal impact before our November meeting or even our October meeting. Well, actually, I take that back. It was responsive in part to the issue we raised at our October meeting about alternate procedures here. So it would have had to have come after October 13th. So I am sensitive to the applicant who has put the effort and cost into pursuing this application, not having adequate time to respond to the letter. So I'm supportive of their request for a continuance and would entertain the motion if somebody wants to make it.
Can I just get clarification here? Is the applicant asking for a continuation? Or are they asking for continuation if the letter is to be considered? I guess I'm a little confused. Are we sure that's their preferred option?
Yes, I spoke with them earlier today, and that what you were just describing, that second part is their preferred sense. If that letter will be considered in the discussion, then they would prefer to have this item continued to be able to digest it and respond to it.
Suma. Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
I can make a motion if you'd like me to, if all my colleagues are ready for that. And that would be, I think this is what you want to do, reopen the public hearing in response to the new information, if there are any public speakers, and take that tonight and then continue the meeting? Is that what you had in mind?
No,
Okay,
no, because to reopen the public hearing, we'd want to hear from the applicant who's told us they're not prepared to
Okay.
speak tonight on the letter. So I would continue. The motion I was envisioning would continue this without reopening the public hearing. We'll come back at perhaps our next meeting, and at that time, reopen the public hearing.
okay, then I'll just make a motion to continue this to, I guess, a date uncertain.
So I see hands from Commissioner Templeton, followed by Commissioner Lowing, then Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Templeton.
I do not want to second this. I have a comment for discussion if there is a second.
So Commissioner Lowing, do you have a second?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you. Now we'll come back to Commissioner Templeton.
Hi, yes, I just had an idea if if the concern is around reopening public comment, and if we do want to continue, I don't see any reason why the applicant can't just provide another letter in rebuttal. We don't have to open comment, right? So I'm just throwing that out as an option, and I noticed it was included in the motion, so that's why I didn't second it, because I thought maybe this would be a more palatable solution.
To clarify, my understanding of the motion on the floor is simply to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I thought that we were talking about public comment. If that's the case, then I'm happy to support it.
Commissioner Chang, I'm guessing your question was answered. Okay. So the motion has been made and seconded. Commissioner Suma, do you want to speak further to your motion?
I don't think I need you, thank you.
Commissioner Lowing, your second? See no further commission comment. Ms. Kocheva, may we have a roll call vote on the motion?
Yes.
Can we please
Commissioner-
restate the motion first, just to be clear, since there was some confusion?
This motion is simply to continue this item to a date uncertain.
Ms. Kocheva, the roll call vote.
Commissioner Alchek,
No.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupert are absent, Commissioner Suma,
Yes,
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
5-1.
Yeah.
5-1.
Commissioner Alchek's vote was no. It was a little hard to hear.
I'm so sorry. Yep. The motion carries 5-1 with Commissioner Rupert with Vice Chair Rupert absent.
Right. Thank you. And to the.
Can I just speak to it real quick?
Commissioner
Yeah,
Alchek.
I'll just explain. I think I would encourage all of you to consider Commissioner Templeton's comment about reopening public comment at the next hearing. I would advise against that. I think you don't want to sort of set a precedent for late submittals derailing city process. And I think it's important for continuity. Imagine this is to a date uncertain. So this is now going to be the 4th meeting on an item, and it's what we're good at, is the process getting long. And then I would also add that I didn't find the letter particularly persuasive, but more importantly, I think it would have been interesting to know if legal staff had changed their recommendation based on any information they had received, because it sounds like they had a chance to review it. And if their recommendation remains the same, that would have been an interesting question to ask. But anyways, That's why I voted no.
Thank you, Commissioner Alcheck. We will move now to action item number 3. Public hearing, quasi judicial, legislative review of the Castalia Schools requested conditional use permit and variance per council direction March 29, 2021, and review of a draft ordinance per council direction amending section 18.04.030 regarding definition of gross floor area in the R1 zone for below grade garages. The zone district is R1 10,000 environmental review. The final EIR was published on July 30th of 2020. The draft EIR was published July 15th, 2019. This item was continued from the December 8th, 2021 PTC meeting. And at the point of continuation, we were through the public comment up to the applicant's rebuttal and stopped at possible commission questions of the applicant. Ms. French, do you have any kind of supplemental staff report that you want to present at this point?
There are no supplemental staff report, and I would be happy at some point if you would like me to put the organizing slide from the prior presentation. Let me know.
Well, let's do that after we conclude the public comment portion, which, as I just mentioned, is going to involve just any questions that the commissioners may have of the applicant, as though we were just continuing on where we were last time. First I will ask, do we have the applicant team available to answer questions?
It's a good question. I believe this was advertised to start later in the evening, so it's on our agenda. I do see a few people here from the, yeah, I don't see the applicant team here. So if you would like to take a pause, I can try to get the applicant team. I think we just ended early on the other item.
I think we should do that because I would like to wrap up that section and
Yep.
end the public comment before we start any of our deliberation. So I have 6:38. Ms. French, will you report back at 6:45 regarding status of the applicant? If
Yes.
they're not ready to go right now, let's find out when they will, what time they will be ready, and we can reconvene at that time.
Thank you.
Stand by, everyone.
All systems go.
Thank you, Ms. French. Confirming that we have our full complement of commissioners, which we do. And so we're going to, as I said before the break, pick up where we left off last time. The applicant has concluded rebuttal, and it's time now for any commissioner questions of the applicant team. So, commissioners, do you have questions of the applicant? Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair Heckman. Can we quickly identify which of all the names here are the members of the applicant team?
I can do that. We have Nancy Kaufman, Elizabeth Hughes, Mindy Romanowski, Natalie Kittner, Kathy Landecker, Adam Waltog, and Robert Eccles.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to start by asking some pretty big picture questions. And some of these might be just to get me up to speed, but they are also because they kind of inform some of the decisions we have to make around the conditional use permit and parking. So I know that Castalia expresses a desire to have an enrollment of 540 girls. What is driving that number? Is it an effort to generate more revenue in order to offset the costs of this project or something else? Or, you know, I'm just trying to get more context, and I'd appreciate it if anybody can answer, but maybe Ms. Kaufman, because she was the one talking about the desire to educate more girls.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thanks. Thanks for the question. I guess I'll start by saying that, yes, it is the mission of our school to educate girls and, frankly, as many girls as possible. We currently do not increase enrollment from middle school to high school, and we have over 150 applications for the high school for students that, you know, we can't even enroll really maybe a handful of them. When we were first doing our application for an increase in enrollment and a new master plan, we knew from the very start that we would not be able to have more trips. And so one of the ways that we arrived at our number, which really was the maximum number of students that our TDM plan could accommodate and not create more trips. In other words, there were just so many things that we could add in terms of a TDM plan, and that 540 was the maximum number that the experts said that we could add. If we added certain TDM, we would be able to maintain our trips. As far as it has come up occasionally, you know, we're a nonprofit. I have to raise, for every student I educate, I actually have to raise more money. So yes, the school does become a bit more efficient, but you know, we're never driven by revenue. We're always going to be driven by our mission and by our desire to prepare as many girls as possible to lead going into the future. And the last thing I wanted to say is occasionally we hear from neighbors, they'll compare the square footage or acreage of our property to other schools and to say, you know, really 540 students is too many for our campus. And my response to that, I have several things to say. Many schools have many, many more fields than we do. we have to go off campus to play most of our sporting events. So really acreage, you have schools, in urban areas that have much smaller footprints than ours and have more students. I believe the fire marshal is the person who is the best equipped to say how many students can be on a campus. And we could accommodate far more than 540, but we limited to that number because of wanting to limit the number of trips.
So thank you for clarifying why the 540 is the magic number. So do you have an idea of those increase, what the breakdown would be? Is that mainly to address the high school enrollment or the middle school? Okay, I mean, that's useful to us because, right, high school students can drive, the middle school students can't, or they use the different campus in different ways, I imagine. So a follow-on question. So I know that the mission is to, educate as many girls as possible, but then why must the increase take place on one campus? Because so many other schools in the area have moved to two campuses, like Pinewood or Nueva or Harker, once they've outgrown their current campus and the restrictions that are placed on their current campus.
So the schools that you mentioned, for the most part, have added a campus when they've added a new division to their school. So they are a K through 8 and they want to add a high school, or they are a high school and they want to add an elementary school. We are not talking about adding a whole division to our school. When we did the analysis of, purchasing another property and then building on it, I would say that when we have to modernize this campus. There's no doubt about that. We have to raise the money for that. And we really believe that having all the girls grades 6 through 12 on one campus is really an important part of our mission. If we were ever to raise the money to buy more property, we would start another 6 through 12 school. So it's not for us about adding a division. It's also worth mentioning that co-ed schools typically don't like to have such a wide range of students on the same campus. There's a big difference between having a middle school and a high school on the same campus in a co-ed school than it is to have 6th grade girls with senior boys all on the same campus is much less desirable than having a 6 through 12 all-girls school.
I do have more questions, but I want to be sensitive to whether other people have questions. So I can keep going, but if other people.
Not seen any hands yet. So Commissioner Chang, why don't you keep going until I do?
Okay, so I did want to kind of follow up on your comment about the density, because I have definitely seen that data too, where currently, I mean, at least in a residential area, right, Castellia is very dense. So at like 70 students per acre, and then it would go up to 90 students per acre if we go to 540. And that's so much more dense than even our public schools, which are huge, like Palo at 45 approximately, and then Gunn at less than 40. I know Gunn has a more expansive campus, and Pinewood, which is less than 45. But then I think about Stratford, which is an elementary school, so they don't have fields, and they're a very dense site, and they're still less than 50. So as I think about this, I actually have a background in higher ed working at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. And I wonder, like, are there implications about the density such that it affects the quality of the educational experience? So for example, I looked at your plans, and there's a number of underground classrooms, and the Stanford Business School was like the underground school, which was terrible. And I think about high school students with my own student and mental health and sunlight. So I'm wondering if you worry about that. And, it's just the situation where, gee, the neighbors don't want the density. And then I wonder if it's not maybe the best thing either for the school.
So I really appreciate the question, because I think this issue of density is a data point that has been fabricated. It has no meaning in education. I've never heard of, I mean, I've been an educator since I've taught in all girls schools since 1979. And it's not until this project that I ever heard about density as it relates to students on a campus. Again, there are safety issues that the fire marshal would look at. We have outdoor space. We actually have enough classrooms on our campus now to accommodate 540 students. However, the future of education, as you see all the other schools building more buildings and more classrooms, really is about having a variety of different types of classrooms and different types of spaces. So you're going to see more variety. As far as the lower level is concerned, it has been designed with significant amounts of light going down there. And we actually have some classrooms now below grade. If you were in those classrooms, you don't even know that they're below grade because of the amount of light coming in. And the last thing I'll say is they have been designed to be the classrooms where the types of things that would happen, whether it be music or black box theater or recording studio, things like that are better underground, both in terms of noise and just a better use of quiet space.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to keep going. So what assurances can you provide that Castleia will not exceed the enrollment specified, the enrollment cap specified in the CUP, given that it's currently exceeding the cap? Right, I think the enrollment's 426, I think I heard last week, versus the cap of 415. And it has been, you know, I read it in the papers, and it has been exceeding the CUP for more than 15 years. So what assurances can you give that with a higher number that the numbers won't be exceeded?
Mm-hmm. So again, I know it sounds, you know, people say this typically, thank you for the question, but I really do appreciate the question because I know you are new to this process. And in 2012, 2 years after I became the head of school, I went to Curtis Williams, who was the planner at the time, and I explained to him that the school was over-enrolled. And we went through a process in which we were given a plan for how to reduce our enrollment over time. And we not only have stuck to that plan to the letter, but we provide an audit. We have our own, we have an independent auditor who reviews our revenue and our directory and comes on site and looks at our, you know, all of our records, and then produces a yearly report for the city that verifies the enrollment.
Okay, thanks. And then as I think about public benefit, I mean, obviously girls' education is a public benefit, but very specific to Palo Alto, I wanted to understand what percentage, do you know what percentage of applicants are from Palo Alto? And then what percentage of those applicants are admitted?
Sure, it's a comparable percentage. It's somewhere between 25 and 30%.
Okay, and then what's the overall admissions rate for Castleia? So in other words, if 100 Palo Altans were to apply, what would be the admissions rate there?
Oh, I mean, the admission rate varies somewhat from year to year. We typically will have several hundred applications for 6th grade and nearly 200, somewhere between 150, 200 for 9th grade. And we're looking to enroll roughly 60 in the 6th grade. And right now, roughly the same in 9th grade, although that's the number we'd like to increase to in the vicinity of 85.
Okay, wait, so too much math, but did I get that at around 10%? I wasn't writing down the numbers that you said.
Nancy, do you mind if I just jump in for a second?
Please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Kathy Landiger. I'm the Associate Head of School. And just to reiterate what Nancy said, our acceptance rate is quite low at the 9th grade, and that's one of the challenges we're trying to address. So yes, as Nancy said, we have, somewhere between 170 and 200 applications every year for the 9th grade, and typically, 10, 12 spots available. So you can see how difficult it is for Palo Altans and anyone else to gain admission to Castanea for high school. In 6th grade, as Nancy said, we have a few more applications. It's probably closer to 250, something like that. And we accept around 60.
So something like 25% then, and then minuscule for the high school. harder to get into than Harvard or Stanford, it sounds like. Okay. And then I have a question about the TDM. So because it was really hard for us on the commission to understand what was new in the TDM, meaning there's lots of assurances that we can't have, and well, the rule is no net trips, but what new things have been put in place since the last round of discussions in March, that because when we heard about the TDM, there wasn't a lot of information. It was very short presentations. I'm wondering if we could get, like the 5 bullet points of what are the new changes that have been put in place or that are planned to be put in place. We don't have a redlined document.
Right. Kathy, I don't know if you're planning on doing that or if you're going to have Robert do that.
Sure, I can kick it off, and then I'd like to turn it over to Elizabeth Hughes, who really worked very closely with us to put together the TDM plan. But I guess what I would like to point out is from the very start, from the time that we applied 5.5 years ago for this, with this proposal, the TDM plan that we were proposing was above and beyond what we are doing now. And so the whole point is to drive down the trips per student so that as the enrollment grows, we can maintain car trips at no more than what we have today. Elizabeth, would you mind just speaking maybe a little bit more about the specifics and perhaps how it's evolved since March?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to show one slide briefly, and then I actually have a couple of slides that will be much easier to look at. But for context, I wanted to show an example of all the different things that Castanea already does, which is represented on the checklist side of each of the columns. And then we went through every single program, whether it's carpool or bicycle or transit, et cetera, including all the outreach. And then we added additional features. And the reason we wanted to do it this way was just to make sure we're capturing everything that commission and council wanted to see, all the different comments we've had over time. But also because it's a way for me as a planner in TDM to identify what could we add to this group of measures to make them stronger and more robust. And so the simplified version of what I'd like to show is how we enhanced, for example, the carpool measures. Castanea is already doing a lot to promote ride sharing and carpooling. And they're gonna enhance that carpool program by adding additional measures to their TDM program. So this example that you're seeing on screen, and hopefully everybody can see this on screen, shows how how the carpool program can be enhanced even further by adding more and more options to it. This is the example for the bicycle measures. They were already doing really well with bicycling and lots of promotions and lots of students and teachers who were biking to school. They were already adding more bicycle secure parking. They're going to be adding a bike fix-it repair station. They're going to be, doing a map to show where students might live within a bikeable location. And they're going to add some on-site bike share programs and possibly e-scooters. So those are additional measures to the bike program that will enhance overall bicycle use. And then again, I could go through lots of sections, but this is transit, and then this is lots of other types of measures. But what I really want to focus on, to give you what I had tried to explain last time, what we're really trying to solve for between the parking study and the TDM, when we get to that 540 enrollment number, we're going to be trying to solve for 19 parking spaces if we're using option D, or 25 parking spaces if we're looking at option E. And below here, I put together a simplified chart to show what would it take to get to 19 parking spaces? How many more trips reduced that we need to implement so that we have less people parking on campus or around campus or anywhere needing parking? Well, we have to increase the number of riders on the buses. We have to increase the number of carpoolers and transit riders. And so it's a little bit from all the different modes. And so in this example, if we increase all the different modes by just a little bit, we're going to have a corresponding number of trips and parking reduced. So I'm wondering if anybody has a question about the table I put together. I went a little fast on the explanation, but wanted to see if that answered your question.
I'd like to, sorry, before we go to that, Elizabeth, I'd like to also invite Mindy Romanowski, our land use attorney, to talk about the conditions of approval and all of the TDM that's incorporated there. That's okay.
Sure. Hi, good evening. Nice to see you again. I think just to help answer this question, Bryna, we thank you for it, because you ask what is new. And so the reason why Elizabeth Hughes was hired was because after the draft conditions of approval were put together, conditions 20 through 27 set forth a very detailed set of requirements that the school needs to follow for TDM. And so that's sort of the template. And then staff asked us to have this draft TDM manual put together by Elizabeth's firm, because she's done, I think, over 20 reports, if not more, for the city, and is very in touch with TDM and how it works in Palo Alto specifically. So Elizabeth took those conditions of approval and she drafted them into the plan as a way to implement them. And then we have to, follow all of these various requirements, picking from the menu of how we mitigate trips in order to grow enrollment. And if we don't, we can't, because of the conditions and the way that they are set up. So I guess I know it's a lengthy document, and it is technical in some aspects, but it's also meant to be very user-friendly. And I would encourage you, between now and when final decisions are made, to look at it and really soak it in, and members of the public, because really it does become the living, breathing document that Castanea will be required to follow in order to grow their enrollment. And it, I think, could be used, frankly, as a nice template for the future of Palo Alto as you're looking at how to control traffic and trips.
Thanks, that helps. But I think what I need to do then is to look at those items, like 20 through 20, whatever, and then look at the TDM to, right? Like that's the due diligence that I would need to do. So thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Chang, I do have another commissioner's hand up, Commissioner Templeton. So if you have more questions of the applicant, you're welcome. Looks like you've concluded. Commissioner Templeton, just before I call on you and then Commissioner Alchek, I was remiss before letting Commissioner Chang lead off without asking the commissioners if there are any supplemental disclosures, communications that the commissioners have had in the last week since the December 8th meeting that they need to make. So I will note that in the intervening week, PNQL reached out to me with a request to deliver a packet of information. It's the same communication and packet, I believe, that a number of the other commissioners referred to in their disclosures a week ago. That was my only communication in the last week with anybody involved with this application. Any other commissioners have supplemental disclosures? All right.
I'm happy to say that I also received outreach about the packet from that organization as well. But I don't think there was anything in there that was new or not already public information. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Templeton, questions of the applicant.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the line of questioning from Commissioner Chang, and it's reminding me of some questions that we asked in prior years that I think kind of fading from my memory at this point. So if the applicant will bear with me, I want to just go back over a couple of things that came up when listening to the responses there. So Commissioner Chang asked why did you want to make these improvements and specifically to grow the school? I'm thinking more if you can remind us why the buildings need to be improved at all. And I recall you shared with us a while back about the age, whether the buildings were past their useful life, and also the desire to provide the latest in environmental sound building. But if you can recap just briefly what your motivation is for this project from the structure perspective, that would be super helpful. Then I'll have some other questions after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Templeton, you did remember well some of the most important ones. Pretty much every school in Palo Alto at this point has been modernized or has added new buildings. The way that teaching happens in the 21st century is really quite different. It's much more project-based. It's much more hands-on, much more integrated science and technology. And our buildings are not able even to be renovated to meet those standards. A number of our classrooms are former dorm rooms, and they wouldn't come close to meeting the sustainability standards that we would be required to meet today, let alone what we plan for the future. It's as much for the teaching and learning, it's also for the health and wellness of the students, the materials that are used, the amount of lighting that gets brought in, and the really to have the next generation of students learn in an environment that really pushes our thinking about climate change and the role, frankly, they will play as the leaders in helping us turn this around. So that's pretty critical to our design. And also to think differently just about how students work together, collaborate, do projects, and really learn to take initiative and lead.
Thank you. Thank you for that recap. I'm glad I remembered that. I think it's really important to keep the actual structure in mind in this discussion, because it is rather, I've had the opportunity to see it, and it's definitely past its useful life. The other question that I wanted to ask you about is kind of contextualizing the school and the structure, and trying to think of how to phrase this. Would you describe Castanea as a top school? What's the way you describe it when you're the one sentence pitch?
I describe Castanea as the best option for middle school and high school girls in the area who want to explore themselves as strong leaders for the future. I think there are lots of places where kids can get a great education, but Castanea is really the only option for girls who want a non-sectarian, all girls middle school and high school.
Thank you. And how do you think that the structures, if they were to be graded on a grading scale from A to F, how do you think the structure is helping you meet that vision of Castanea as an educational institution?
And I think we're doing an outstanding job despite the limitations. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to do that. So,
all right, I won't put you further on the spot than that.
I'm not good. We don't, there's a whole anti-grading movement going on. So,
well, there you go. I learned something.
A letter to it would be really hard. It varies.
Not meeting expectations then.
Thank
perhaps.
you. Exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So thank you for that context as well. And then, in the previous comments, I've had some concerns about the need for an underground garage, and I understand that you're getting direction for how much parking is required from the city. Is that correct? Is that why there's why you have parking, for example, underground parking garage included in this proposal? Can you tell us where that direction is from?
Of course, we have to park our project. That's a requirement, and there may be opportunities to have that requirement reduced if our TDM is acknowledged to be outstanding. I mean, the origins of the underground garage came from a focus group of, well, actually it first came up in a large group meeting and then was supported by many smaller group meetings. Apparently, neighbors said that they were promised an underground garage by the previous head of school, and that this was something that was sort of a non-negotiable. And so let's not even talk until you're ready to pursue a garage. So that's when we first were pursuing this. And then, of course, we planned our campus with that concept in mind. And so at this point, the design and the location of the buildings and all of that was built around the concept of this early desire to have an underground garage be kind of a non-negotiable.
Thank you. So just to recap, the city is requiring that we adequately park the site, and the direction for having underground parking facility is something that has come from the community in conversations that you've had with the community.
Yes, and also, I think it's favored in the comprehensive plan. I think it's favored. I think the EIR definitely calls it out as a preferred alternative. So I think the neighbors who were arguing for that early on certainly, that idea is supported.
All right.
I think Kathy, you wanted to add something about the garage?
Yeah, I just want to add that I think one of the reasons that the EIR and the comprehensive plan favor underground parking is also for sustainability reasons. The runoff, water runoff from cars cause real pollutants, and as does the noise associated with cars that surface. By putting them underground, you actually do some very good things for the environment. And the other thing that it does is it increases the green space. And I think we all agree that Castilleja's park-like setting really is a benefit to the neighborhood. And the more that we can increase that amount of greenery, it's good for the students. I heard concern about our students earlier. It's good for our students, and it's good for the neighbors, and it's good for Palo Alto.
All right, thank you all for answering my questions and reaching back to prior years' conversations and helping refresh. I appreciate that. All right, I'm done for now. Thank you.
Mr. Alchek. Questions of the applicant?
Yeah, well, welcome. I've been here a long time. We've been on this topic many times before, and I don't know if you heard the beginning of the meeting, but this is my last evening to share a dialogue with you. So I have some questions that I hope will inform the discussion. I understand the school was established in Palo Alto in the 1890s. Just 7 years after Palo Alto High School was established. And I'm wondering if you can share insight into the motivations of the founders. Were they responding to a specific need in the community? Was there a failure in the public offering? Is there any insight into what brought this school into Palo Alto 130 years ago?
Sure. So we've been on the current site since 1910, and we were established a few blocks away in 1907. And the impetus for the founding of Castilleja School was based on the need to prepare more young women to be qualified to apply to Stanford. That was the original mission. And for many years, the school was viewed as a place for girls and young women to become educated, better prepared to apply to the most, the most challenging schools and the most selective schools. Now, I would say that our mission, certainly goes beyond that, in that we are creating an environment where girls get to, from a very young age, practice their leadership, strengthening their voices, building their confidence, learning to fail and make mistakes, all the things that prepare them to take on roles beyond college, to think about really what are their career choices and how might they think of themselves as leaders going forward. And of course, there have always been women leaders. It's not that Castilleja is the only way, but it's a focus of ours. And we, girls' schools produce more women leaders than any other schools. So it's increases the numbers for sure.
I'm not in the education space. It's not like a knowledge. I don't have a lot of depth of knowledge there. My understanding is that, well, let me explain why I'm asking this question. We hear a lot about the concept of public benefit. I think in the context of many Palo Alto processes, that concept is somehow limited in scope to what have you done for me lately? Or what are you doing for me across the street? I have a different approach to public benefit. It's not limited in scope. I think a public benefit can be as simple as a bus stop was provided by an applicant, and that could be made available for the public. And it can also achieve a larger goal that serves our public value system. My understanding of women's education, in particular, gender-specific women's education, is that there are, and again, I'm not that familiar, but my limited knowledge is that there are often challenges to combined educational settings that can limit opportunities for girls to achieve the same level of academic success. And so this question sort of is on the backs of the previous question, which is, do you think that the need, the public benefit of increasing the number of females who are prepared to compete at that sort of academic level is any different than the first day the school is established? And is that a part of the value proposition?
If I understand your question, what I will say is that college prep, which is what independent schools and all of our high schools, Palo, Gunn, the idea was prepare you for college, make sure you have the best academic preparation for college. And now that we understand that just having that single goal is perhaps not the best preparation for adulthood and to be a contributing member of society, we've designed a curriculum that has girls engaged in a different way, making a lot more decisions, taking a lot more initiative, so that they can imagine themselves, just have much bigger hopes and dreams for themselves and the skills to achieve those. So I think that was a question that you're asking, and there certainly is.
What I'm trying to suggest is that look, we have green initiatives. Those green initiatives are not to make our local air quality better. It's to participate in a global movement to improve our environment. And one of the comments that's come up frequently during our deliberations has been this idea of, are you serving enough Palo Altans? And what I am trying to understand is it your view, or do you share the view that giving women an opportunity to participate in your program provides the entire world a benefit? And it is in some ways Palo Alto's sort of honor, if you will, to be host to an institution which is pursuing that goal, whether they teach students here or whether they teach students exclusively from underprivileged neighborhoods, or whether they teach students from the entire Bay Area. So is that your view, that the mission has sort of a global public benefit?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there are a couple of things I can say about that. We are a model for schools around the world. We get people reaching out to us, and they want to understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. And part of that is we do have the support of the innovative educational community of Silicon Valley. At the same time, we've built an environment where girls from a variety of different backgrounds are learning together, and in a highly academically stimulating environment. So replicating a more equitable world that we would hope for in the future. So there are many things that are part of our mission that we are preparing students to make the world a better place. And I do think that's one of the main reasons so many students want to come to the school.
All right, let me follow up quickly on a different note. So we've heard a little bit about the concept of density. I appreciate your perspective there. I'm not particularly hung up on the issue. I would ask you, do you have a target student to teacher ratio? And do you anticipate that would change as a result of the growth in enrollment?
So our new campus is designed actually to have larger classes. So in fact, we won't need to significantly increase faculty. There's just a different students in the future are going to be working even more independently than they are now. And I think student teacher ratios are going to mean something very different. It's not going to be as connected to class size as it is how many counselors do you have at the school? How many maker educators do you have? And that sort of thing. So I think that whole concept is going to shift in a way that says increased enrollment does not mean increased adults.
Is there does Castanea participate in a dialogue, or do they communicate with our local schools when it comes to innovations in education? You just sort of hinted at this idea that education is evolving. I think for those of us familiar with the public school system, that train, it turns very slowly. I'm wondering if Castanea participates locally in a educational way with other learning institutions.
Yes, and I would say most actively it's been with Palo, although we do have partnerships with elementary schools in Palo Alto and in East Palo Alto. But some of the innovation that was happening a few years ago at Palo was very much in line with the work that we were doing in social justice, curriculum, and makerspace and that sort of thing. The robotics teams have collaborated. We've partnered in theater, things like that.
I want to ask a specific question. I know that Castanea was able to reopen during COVID rather early in the academic year. Was there a dialogue with public schools about what was working? And did the public schools did they ever reach out to sort of understand how you were able to get kids back to school so quickly? This is I'm trying to better understand the how to evaluate the concept of public benefit with respect to the larger question here.
Right. There were some conversations with administrators, but I think that the bigger challenge was looking at things district-wide. We're making a decision, we are a micro environment relative to a large school district. I think that over time, perhaps school principals will have the kind of agility that we're able to have, but I think it was particularly challenging for them. But something I would like to say about public purpose, because I've often been had people say, oh, the campus used to be much more open, and we're not. It's part of our CUP. We're not allowed to open the campus to the community. So if a community organization, wanted to use the circle for an event, or wanted to use our theater, or if local basketball leagues or little leagues wanted to use our gym or our fields, none of that is possible under our CUP. And we would welcome that kind of community engagement. So I do just want to put that out. And then
I actually appreciate that. That's really good information.
And then two other things that I should mention, because they're actually pretty major. We are a site for a summer program for Peninsula Bridge that goes on during our summer camp. And that is a program for under-resourced students who, all the independent schools in the Bay Area really are part of these outreach programs where we have students on campus during the summer and then potentially become applicants for the school. Also, 20+%, 21, 22%, it varies from year to year, of our students are on tuition assistance. So we do have students from communities that do not have the kind of excellent schools we have in Palo Alto, who are able to get an outstanding education.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I see there are two other hands. So my last question, I didn't sort of focus with significant detail sort of how your classrooms were laid out with respect to access to light. I guess my simple question, which I think would satisfy me in this regard, is would you characterize your new facilities or maybe I should say this, how much more suitable for education would you characterize the facilities in this plan with what you're currently teaching students in for the purposes of their educational and emotional well-being?
It's transformative. It's night and day. The school, the campus itself is really quite beautiful in terms of the trees and the green space. The facilities are institutional and outdated, except for the two buildings that we won't be touching. And the girls want, need, and deserve more. Not to mention the teachers.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I considering that you survived the 1918 pandemic and that you're thriving in the current pandemic, I imagine that you will survive this Palo Alto process. So thank you for answering my questions, and I look forward to the discussion we have tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Olczak.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank
Questions?
you. Thank you. Welcome to everyone tonight. And I do have some questions. One of them is, this is pretty basic. The TDM, is that all year round? And is it evenings and weekends that it covers also? Well, Saturday, because I know Sunday there's no events. Or is it just basically business hours during the school year?
I can answer that. I mean, the TDM program is a very comprehensive plan, so it's not really specific to a day part or a part of the week. We have all sorts of parking restrictions and car restrictions that are in play for weekend activities and during the week. So it's a very comprehensive program today, and it will be even more so when we implement this even more robust plan.
Okay, so kind of the cornerstone was the new net trips concept. So that will apply to events and to summer school, which happens, I think, pretty much all summer. And I'm just trying to make sure, I'm not sure I understood from your answer, that those same concepts, no net new trips, will apply to events and summer activities as well.
I think I'd like to turn it over to Mindy to talk about the details of that, about how it relates to events. So Mindy, if you would.
I am coming. What I would like to do is go find the condition of approval. Specifically, I was frantically trying to look for it. There are many conditions of approval. And if you would give me a moment, I will find the language that controls events in terms of trips. I just don't have it at my fingertips. Maybe staff does. I do know that the actual conditions of approval are coming before you at your next meeting. So if you give me a couple of moments, I can quote the language. I do think that for some, so we have different types of events. We've tamped them down significantly. And so, for example, we do have 5 events where the majority of people are coming to campus. Those events, I think the trips, there is a carve out for the amount of trips coming to campus. But I would need to check what the condition says for the other events. And so I apologize, I don't have it at my fingertips, but I can get it to you, or perhaps staff does.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. And like some of my fellow commissioners, I'm going to need to take a deeper dive into the TDM for some of our subsequent meetings. And then I do want to ask about the garage. And in the context of knowing how interested in the school is in global warming and greenhouse gas emissions and all these issues that we will face in the future, and we hope some of your students will be helping us solve those problems. Given the Fair and Pierce study that prove that you have enough surface parking now to cover your needs. I'm kind of curious why you want to go ahead and build the underground garage. And kind of related to that is, if you're going to be, well, the council contemplated, and I think we'll still be looking at this kind of a 50-50, 50 of the required parking in the garage and 50 at grade. And you also figure into your calculations 54 frontage spaces, which I'm not sure why you would need those. So maybe you can, and those are the public spots that are on the Castellea side of 3 public streets, basically. So if you could maybe explain a little bit about those issues.
Hi, I'll get us started on this, and then I think it'd probably be helpful for perhaps Mindy Romanowski and or Robert Eccles to also answer the question. But I would go back to what Nancy said earlier about why the parking garage makes sense for this project. I mean, first and foremost, you know, the City Council of Palo Alto passed a comprehensive plan that favors underground parking above surface parking for many reasons, many of them environmental, and that I laid out earlier in the evening. Secondly, as Nancy said, because of the public pressure that we faced early on in this project to build a garage and to get more parking on campus, we designed our master plan around it, and we did it in a way that it increases the green space, which is a public benefit. We talked about public benefits earlier. I think I will turn it over to Robert Eccles to talk about the parking around the perimeter and kind of how that all factors into the calculus.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Kathy. So I think the way that the parking around the perimeter has always been viewed is, I mean, as public parking, yes, it serves the adjacent land uses, either the residential or in this case, the school. And so traditionally the school has used that parking as part of their parking supply just because they are the adjacent land use. You know, that's if you kind of think about some of the residential parking programs in the downtown, you know, that was where the local residents were being encroached on by the employees of the downtown. And so that's where that kind of came in. But generally speaking, the school, you know, viewed those spaces around the edge as something that they could utilize as the adjacent land use. And Mindy may have more to add to that.
Yes, what I can say too is what the parking garage does, you know, at its core is it enables us to park our project and also meet a project objective, which is to have a playing field. So, you know, if we were to, Robert's parking study, what it looked at, and I know, you know, it's a detailed study, but what it looked at is how many spaces do we have on campus and adjacent to campus? And then he looked at, okay, well, if we are at X enrollment, how many spaces, how many people are parking? And then of course, we've requested a parking adjustment. The only way you can get a parking adjustment, and the director has, I think, recommended a parking adjustment of about 14% for parking option E. There are other options on the table that I know you're going to discuss tonight, but essentially the only way you can reduce your required parking is if you have a TDM program. So the parking study that Robert put together, you know, it talked about how many spaces do we have on campus and how many are adjacent to campus. And then it looked at various scenarios, but it didn't take the TDM into account. So when you take that TDM into account, and I did show this chart last week and Elizabeth brought it up tonight, it shows that as we grow our enrollment, we can park our project. That's one aspect, but you asked specifically about the garage. And so I just want to go back to the purpose of it is the project objective of keeping a playing field and also preserving the homes, because there was a scenario early on that we looked at where we were doing more surface parking and potentially taking some residential units away. We heard from the public and we actually agreed it was a good constructive comment to preserve those residential homes along Emerson. So that parking garage now essentially allows for the below grade parking for all the reasons that we've shared tonight in terms of the noise and the headlights and all of those things, but it preserves our field. And it also allows us to modernize and build a sustainable campus that, you know, is energy efficient.
Okay, but I guess I'm still not quite understanding why, if you're fully parked at grade now, I'm just not understanding that. So,
well, I mean, I guess I think that we are rebuilding a part of our campus because we want to build a sustainable campus. And so in order to do this site plan that has basically evolved for 5 years based upon 3 prior years of mediation and consultation with neighbors who wanted the below grade garage, once we invested in that idea and we started to think about how to efficiently design the campus in a sustainable way and preserve open space, green space, playing field space, our circle in the middle that has a lot of traditional value for the school, it really started to make sense to put cars below ground, especially when you consider the city's comprehensive plan where it is a priority. So all of those things came together and then of course the EIR deemed it to be environmentally superior. So that is why parking on the surface 100% of whatever we're parking became something that was not a priority.
okay, thank you for that. And then with regards to the TDM, we had a former colleague on this body who is a transportation expert really, who felt one of the problems with the TDM was that it would be very hard to have any sense of capturing parking and traffic both when people coming to school opted to use, not enter the school project. In other words, people who just say, oh, there's a spot right there, I'll park there. And that's very hard to control. So it was one of the reasons our former colleague, who I mentioned was an expert in this field, really didn't think it could work. Do you have ideas about how you would keep people from just parking wherever they want to in a more desirable or convenient space for them?
I do want to mention that since we launched the current rules for our employees, which basically limits extensively their ability to drive to work in a single occupancy vehicle, we have been able to keep our visitor lot fairly empty. And so we can instruct visitors that we have a visitor's lot. And this is, where they park. That's the front lot.
The front lot on Bryant?
Right, in front of the administration building.
Okay, and then, but.
I mean, yes, we can't control everyone.
No, and it's just traffic also. You can't get a sense. I mean, I'm sure you'll have to have hose counts on your site to see how people are using the circulation, who's going in the garage. But the concern is that people will just, out of preference or expediency, people can just park anywhere in the neighborhood if they want to. So,
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add that we actually patrol the neighborhood looking for Castellia cars that are parked in the neighborhood. So, and you know, everybody has to register their car with the school. That's a requirement at the beginning of the school year. And so we have a pretty good handle on that. There are certain neighbors that have said we welcome Castellia parking in front of our house. And so we do allow our employees to park in those spaces. But if we find cars that are Castellia related in spots that are not designated, for example, we'll immediately pull a student out of class in the middle of class and say, you have to go move your car. So we take that all very seriously. And you know, we understand that, you know, we have a responsibility to the neighborhood to hold our community accountable.
And that it's also a traffic issue, not just parking, it's sort of both. And it also, I think, would be hard for, it kind of circles back to my question about whether the TDM is year round and evening, whether it will be controlling event parking basically and summer school parking. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much.
So, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. So just that last point about the events, I wanted to just speak to that because my recollection is the conditions that were previously recommended or considered by the commission did capture. So currently, when we evaluate AM peak trips, event days are excluded from that calculation because they increase the, you know, it's a atypical sort of representation. In the conditions that have went to the city council, the events would count in AM peak and the average daily trip counts. So those are factored. The events are factored into that traffic analysis. Additionally, and I would rely on others to help me with this, but the TDM plan has a host of other requirements related to events and traffic monitors and things of that nature to guide that. So events are covered in the TDM. And to the extent that it's insufficient, that's an area where we would like commission feedback on where it might need to be enhanced if needed. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Lowing, you're up next. It's 7:55. I am going to suggest that we take a break in a little bit, but do you want to start questions? Let's see if you're still going in 10 minutes. If not, we'll stop when you're done.
If you want to do it now, Chair, we can do it. Otherwise, I'll get started.
Oh, why don't you go forward?
Okay. I have a number of questions that are about parking in the garage. My first question was actually Commissioner Suma's second question, and so she's already asked that. But I just want to understand, I really found the parking study, quite fascinating, and I would use the word optimistic, because they kept writing about how there's plenty of parking at grade for all the needs up to 540. Some needs some consideration from the city, or some more improved TDMs, which I know that the school is committed to doing. So I guess the first question is, you concur with the study that these 104 spaces, that's adequate at this point at grade. You don't have any disagreement with that at this point, right?
Sorry, sorry.
I don't hear anyone.
Yeah, sorry. The question was, do we have adequate parking today?
Does anyone from CASTI or in general disagree with the conclusions of the Karen Pierce report that 104 parking spaces at grade would be appropriate for enrollment of all the way up to 540, with some adjustments by the city for congratulations for good TDMs or things like that.
Yes, I think what the analysis shows is with the 14% parking reduction that the city staff supports, that yes, we could park our project.
Right. So one of our assignments from council from the March meeting is to review.
Commissioner Lowing, when you turn your head to look at your documents, we're losing some audibility.
Yeah, I actually really appreciate you telling me that when it happens, because I barely turn my head and you lose me. So I'm really appreciative of that. I'll try to hold that back right in front of me. I was just going to say that one of our charges from council is to review allowing review both a non-underground parking facility option and an underground parking facility along the line. So it's important for us to understand, sort of the need or not need for this to be partially underground. So that's why we're asking these questions. That's why I'm asking these questions. And I know this is a question session, but I feel like we have to do a bit of fact checking and correction. There was no 100% survey that came out that said all the neighbors want a garage. In all the public comment that we've heard over the years, it's actually been mixed. Some people in the neighborhood have really wanted a garage, and others have said the lights come into my house, etc. So it's a mixed review from the neighbors on that. So we don't have sort of absolute 100% direction on that issue. A couple other things relative to the parking. Does Cassidy feel, we're going to get to this too, that they want an RPP for their benefit? Or if you have no opinion, that's okay too, just for time reasons.
An RPP is not something that we've requested. I think it's come up in different iterations of suggestions that should be looked at.
The study references that you could even improve the TDM by taking out sophomores and juniors. Is your current TDM already taken those out, or would that be another reduction from the peer study that we have from July?
That would be a further reduction if that was included.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. And then another one there, do you agree that the right sizing ratio in the report on page 20 is correct? And so that therefore net, when you do the math, you actually pick up another 6 parking spaces because not as many teachers are going to be needing to drive.
Sorry, are you looking at the TDM plan?
I'm looking at the Ferry Pierce report, page 20, where they did a calculation and saying what Ms. Kaufman just said, is we're going to have more students per teacher, and therefore the ratio goes up, and we won't need as many staff and folks driving to school.
Yes.
So they netted out another prediction of saving 6 more parking spaces.
Yeah, yes, we do concur with that, as Ms. Kaufman said earlier,
Okay.
there are efficiencies we will gain with this increase in enrollment.
Yeah. And then I noticed in the list of things that you have 1 shuttle from the Palo Alto Caltrain, but you're not proposing any satellite lots. So is there a reason why you ruled out, for example, Baylands athletic fields are at 101 and Embarcadero? You could have that as a gathering drop-off place and run shuttles over there. Have you looked at that to further, help the problem?
So a couple things. I mean, we need to park our project, and so and that has to happen at the site and around the site. So satellite parking does not help address that piece of it. In terms of reducing trips to campus, we do already do some satellite parking that's actually within walking distance of the school, and that's been a very successful program. Could we, potentially find some others? Possibly. that is often highly dependent on what's available.
Okay, something to probe there with staff. And let's see, in the current TDM, how often are you expecting the data to be audited officially? I mean, I know you're doing car tracking every day, but what is in there now? Is it 3 times a year or something like that?
What are we currently doing?
No, what are we projecting in the new TDM for 450 and up?
I believe it's 3 times a year. I believe that is correct. And then there's also real-time measurement going on as well. But in terms of the official monitoring reports, those I think are 3 times a year, maybe for the first couple of years, and then it goes to 2 times a year, I believe. I'm doing that off the top of my head, but I believe that's what it said in the conditions.
Okay, Jackman, that's my group of questions on parking, so that I can stop there if you like.
So if I'm understanding, Commissioner Lowing, you have more questions, but it's on a different topic. And so we could take a break now and come back with some further questions from you.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's do that. Yeah, I have 8:03. Let's come back at, well, I'm going to say 8:13. So hopefully we can get started at 8:15. So 8:13 is the official restart time. Welcome back, everyone. Commissioner Lowing, you may resume your questions of the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. I want to follow up on the enrollment number question, sort of piggybacking on with a prior commissioner. You mentioned 540, you explained the 540 number. I didn't hear that that's a permanent cap on what you would like to have, just that it's what you can squeeze into the TDM right now. So that's my understanding. If that's different, let me know. The other question I had is, in your application, you're applying for 25 students per year over those X years. Where did that number come from? I mean, it could have been something different. So why are you picking that one?
I'm wondering if the applicant is not back from break yet.
We're here.
Ms. Kaufman, did you hear Commissioner Lowing's question, or would you like him to repeat it?
Oh, yes, if you could repeat it. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I think my connection dropped for a second.
Okay, sure. You had responded to Commissioner Chang that how you came up with the 540 number relative to the sort of TDM max, to summarize you, not quote you.
Yeah,
And you didn't say that that's a permanent cap, that you just said that that's, all you can do right now with the TDM. So that correct? It's not, you're not saying that's a permanent cap. You never want to go over that, right?
No, I mean, I can't speak for the future of the school, right? I can speak for myself. I wouldn't imagine doing, myself seeking more than that. I think the way we've designed the campus, having 25 students added per each year of 4 years is the right number for the way we've designed the campus also.
So that was my follow-up question there, which is why was it 25 instead of 50 and 50 or 10, 10, 10 or anything else? Just, what was the methodology there?
Yeah, I mean, it's 60 students per grade is considered a very small middle school, a nice size middle school. 60 students per grade in a high school is really too small to be able to offer the kinds of things we want to offer students when they only have 2 or 3 students signing up for a certain course. Anything under 100, though, in a high school is still considered a small high school. So we're really aiming for right sizing the school in terms of what we would like to offer students without necessarily creating a situation where we would be looking to have, more classrooms and more teachers and that sort of thing.
Okay. So my last question is back to kind of a big picture question, like Commissioner Chang started with. Every project that you start, a business, a city, a school, a home decorating project, whatever it is going to have some risks, some stuff that could go wrong. So what are you thinking that for the purposes of risks for the school or risks for the city that could still go wrong? I mean, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just saying that, when you put, well, this could happen, and I'm not saying they should be mitigated now, but just kind of alerting all of us to, whatever that could be some of the issues. I mean, we already talked about neighborhood drop off, and we actually got an answer to that tonight about how that's being monitored. With 90 more students, you're going to have more athletes and more friends and parents come to the school. But, yeah, I mean, for example, if you could only get a 30 event cup, would that be a deal breaker for the project? I mean, what are the risks to you right now in terms of what the city does and what could happen to the city later and what could happen to your project?
Well, Commissioner Lowing, you're asking such an interesting question. I don't know that I would be in the career that I'm in and have stuck with this project this long if my brain operated that way. I have not, I haven't spent a great deal of time thinking about what could go wrong with this project, fighting for it as hard as I have. I have so much belief in it and faith in it. But yes, I think 30 events. So to be clear, most of these events involve bringing parents to the school to engage with their students and see their students work. There are a handful of dances, but these are not, I mean, they're admissions events. They're events that are just sort of key to operating the school. They're not like parties for parents or anything that goes beyond the actual functioning of the school. I think 30 events for a high school would be a pretty challenging situation for us.
I wasn't suggesting anything about that, really. I was just saying,
okay.
is that the kind of thing you worry about? If we don't get enough events, we can't do this, or but that's fine.
I know, like I said, I mean, I wish that, it's just not how I think. I think about, what's going to be possible. That's much more, I mean, the strategic plan of our school, it's called What's Possible. And we mostly, think forward to the best possible outcomes. I think that we have tremendous confidence in our ability to meet the trip count. And I hope that that's really clear based on the fact that we suggested from the very start that the enrollment increases would have to be contingent on us proving that with each increase, trips did not increase.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Heckman.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. I think all the commissioners other than myself have asked their questions, so I have a few for the applicant. For these first two, I'll leave it to Ms. Kaufman to decide who's in the best position to answer it. So the council has given the PTC some pretty clear direction to look at a variety of issues, and some may relate to conditions of approval or changes to the TDM. And so before we get to the point of possibly imposing those sorts of things, there were a couple of them that I really wanted to hear Castellea's feedback on, so we're not talking in a vacuum without asking Castellea, how will this affect you? Because by the time we have that conversation, we're no longer in the public comment period. We're no longer asking applicant questions. And so that could be awkward. So I'm going to ask them now so that we know the answers later. One of the things that the council included in their sort of scope of the inquiry is the idea of a temporary relocation to And I think as I read in the staff report, the concept is by moving the school entirely off campus, you can reduce the construction period from 30 something, I think it was 34 down to, or 36 down to 21 months. So what I'd like to hear from, and I think that direction came out of the council in March, end of March. And so I would expect that Castellet has talked about this internally in the intervening months. And I'd like to hear from Castellet, what do you think about that? How easy or difficult would that be?
So I really appreciate that. And I'm going to answer first, and then I'll see if anyone else on my team wants to add to it. Because of the unpredictability of the timeline, it has been difficult even as we've tried to pursue options. So things that may have come up are no longer available. So it isn't that we haven't thought about it and that we haven't pursued it. I think what's challenging is we couldn't guarantee that we could find a place. So, I mean, that's my biggest concern. It's in our best interest as much as it is in the neighbor's best interest to shorten the project. It just makes me nervous to think about having that as a requirement. I don't know if Mindy or Kathy, if you want to add to that.
I would just reiterate what you just said, which is it's something that we're very open to. We agree that it could be good for the school as well, but you can't just move into any old facility for a school. So it would have to be that something were available that fit the needs of a school. And so as Nancy said, if it were a requirement, it wouldn't really work, but encouragement to do it is certainly welcome.
I think we've said what we need to say. Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you sensitizing us to that issue and the dilemma you'd face with a strict requirement. Next question, in a similar vein, one of the things that the council has expressed some concern with is really the nimbleness of the enforcement process. And let me start by saying I expect everyone to obey the laws, and the laws include conditions of approval. And so to the extent that there are conditions of approval applicable to Castellet, including strict limits on traffic generation, my expectation is you're going to find a way to comply with it. Mm-hmm. But what the TDM is really in part about is giving you a whole panoply of tools to accomplish that. Particularly if you find over time that you're butting up against those numbers or even crossing those thresholds. And so I think that's all very good. But one of the concerns that the council expressed was, well, we have these 3 times a year, I think, studies, and then they come in, and what if there's an exceedance? And it's not, and for a minute, we'll sort of avoid the question of how many exceedances before you have to do something about it. But if there's an exceedance, however many times, what if anything can be done quickly that will provide some immediate relief to get us back under the number? Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of loath to think about these things because I really believe that this is the purview of the traffic experts, which I'm not, and I don't know that anyone on the commission is. But so all I can do is sort of think logically. And one thing I see is that you have, as I understand it, senior parking. Currently, seniors are allowed to park at school, and I thought juniors, and then tonight I heard even some sophomores, to the extent, of course, they can drive, they're allowed to park. And so one thought I had that, something that could be enacted really quickly is to curtail some part of that. But what I don't know is what the impact of that would be at the school. And I imagine that you've thought about that. And so help me understand if those were sort of the immediate measures. Does it work? Is it a huge problem? Are there reasons that I can't think of that it's really problematic?
So here's what I can say at this point, and I obviously would want to think more specifically about it. But in general, the school is in great demand, and families joining the school under particular circumstances would be expected to abide by those circumstances. So I think it's difficult, for example, to tell a senior family that lives in San Jose, not near the train station, that suddenly their daughter can't drive to school. However, when you enroll families, there's an understanding, going forward, these are all possibilities if we don't meet our trip counts. I think that's much more manageable. Because
okay.
You can enroll in the school with that understanding.
All right, thank you. The other questions I have all relate to the TDM. And so I don't know if Ms. Hughes might be the best person to answer them, but you'll decide that. And they all, I think, focus on page 33 of the TDM program. I'm wondering if somebody can pull that page up. It's got the tables of infractions on it.
Oh, yeah, sure. I can share my screen if you'd like.
That would be fine.
Okay. Is this large enough for everyone to see?
It is for me.
Okay.
I'm on a laptop. If anybody's on a phone, they're going to have trouble.
Okay. Well, we were asked to put together a sequential approach to the infractions. And you can see in the beginning, we have two parts. The first part is the period between the commencement of construction and attainment of the maximum enrollment level. And the infractions start with the first one, we go to a second one if there is one, and a third one if there is one. And the consequences for each of those infractions are sequentially higher level. So it's well spelled out so that the consequences are very specific and clear. Then the second section is also a series of possible infractions and absolute consequences that are really well spelled out. That second section is the beginning 2 years from the completion of the academic building. So sort of normal operations at that point.
Okay. Thank you for the overview. So I've got some specific questions about this page because I was studying it and there were parts of it that I wasn't sure I understood. So I want to try to get a better understanding as we move forward in this process. So as you said, the first box, as it's titled, it's this period from commencement of construction to when they hit maximum enrollment, which the proposal is for 540. So I'm going to say it's 540.
Okay.
And then the second box is 2 years following completion of the academic building. I'm wondering if there is, given that one of the things that the city has to work out through this process we're going through is really the phasing of additional students, whether it's 25 per year or some other number. assuming compliance with the TDM. Is there a possibility of an overlap between box 1 and box 2?
I'm actually going to ask Mindy to clarify. I believe that is my understanding.
So let's see here.
We can't hear you.
Ms. Romanowski, we're having some connection difficulties with you.
So, yeah, so, yeah, I'm sorry, just maybe while that's getting reestablished, I think your observation is correct, Chair Heckman, that there is the likelihood that there's some overlap here. And I think this is an area where staff is still examining the TDM plan and may have some additional comments too. Just to reiterate what we had said at the outset of the hearing last week, we wanted to get some of the material out to the public, to the commission, so we can get some initial feedback. We too are also going to be looking closer, but if the commission has some direction or guidance initially, that would be welcome.
I'm back and I apologize. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
I think, well, what I was wondering was, are you proposing, do you have a question? In which case perhaps you could repeat it, or were you suggesting potentially some clarification around this so that there would be an overlap? Because I mean, I think we are very open to feedback. We, just as much as the city and the public wants this to be something that works, we are very interested in having it be something that can work and is practical. So we're open. I mean, this is why we're here tonight. We want to hear the feedback, and we're open to any suggestions that you think would make it better.
Okay. So yeah, my questions here with Ms. Hughes are really to help me understand, what's written here, so I can, if in some of these things I suspect, suggest clarifications. And so here's this first question I've asked is there the way that these two tables read, it feels to me like they were intended to be sequential. Like we're going to do box 1 until a certain point, 2 years following completion of the academic building, when box 2 will take effect. But I actually think that there is a possibility of overlap. If 2 years after the academic building is completed, you're still building up to the maximum enrollment. And so, and if that happens, I don't understand how these two boxes work together. So
fair point. I think we can clarify that. But it's a fair point and it's important. So, thank you for the feedback.
All right.
We don't anticipate that happening. It was sort of like, we really, if it was 25 per year, that would take, by the time the building was built, we sort of felt like we'd be through that. But again, we have to plan for contingencies and we can probably propose something here, or if you want to propose something, we're very receptive.
I didn't have any ideas other than just decide what would happen, and maybe it's as simple as adding a sentence that tells us what happens, right? Or changing the headings that it's 2 years after completion of the academic building, provided that maximum enrollment level has already been met. Yeah. Something, right?
The first to occur.
Right. I don't want us to get 3 or 4 years down the road and realize we've got an unclear direction here. So. And that was my question was intended to ask. All right, in box 1 talks about first report, second consecutive report, third consecutive report. Box 2 doesn't use that word consecutive, and And I was curious if that was intentional, or can the first report be in year one and the second report 6 years later?
Well, we're supposed to, the reporting for the first number of years, as Kathy Landecker indicated earlier, and Elizabeth can pull up the screen with when the reports are all due. But for a number of years, we have to do 3 reports a year until we've proven ourselves. Is that your question?
No. So the infraction box, the one on the left, again, I mean, in the first box, we're talking about first report showing an infraction, second report showing an infraction, second consecutive report showing an infraction, third consecutive report showing an infraction. When we get down to the second box, it says first report showing an infraction, second report showing an infraction, and so on, without saying that they're consecutive. And I'm wondering if that was an omission or if it's the intention that the first report can happen, that you're going to do 3 time a year reports. So in the first year, in the third year after completion of the academic building, let's say you have a report that shows an exceedance. And then you don't have another one for 4 years, another report that shows an exceedance. The way I'm reading this table now, that even though 4 years have passed between the 2 reports showing exceedance, you trip the that second box consequence. And I'm wondering if that was intentional or if it was intended that these be consecutive reporting infractions.
I believe it was, I believe it's an omission, and the language should track. We're not trying, we understand the gravity of not meeting the numbers. So the language should track, it should be consecutive. It was not, it was an omission, and that's why this is in a form that we're getting feedback on.
Okay. Let's see. In the second box, the first 3 infractions don't use the subsequent year terminology, and the last 2 box, the 4th and 5th box do. And so I wasn't clear again on how to read these things in context as some kind of continuum. Can somebody explain, what the difference is between boxes 1 through 3 and boxes 4 and 5?
I'm going to defer this to Elizabeth because she can speak to the nuances with more professional accuracy than I can. This is what she does day in and day out. So I'm going to defer to her now. So
thank you. What I think we were trying to spell out was the differences in the consequences as some of the infractions begin to appear in that sequential or consecutive manner. So you can see it sort of talked, the differences you'll see are in the consequences. So, first, second, and third report that may show a deficiency, you're incrementally increasing the consequences of either adding additional measures, and you're going to be adding more intensive measures that are reviewed and approved with the chief transportation official. By the time you get to a third report where you maybe have not met the threshold limitations, you're looking at a reduction in the enrollment. So I think where we have the infractions on one side, not all the consequences are the same. They are exceeding in their intensity for consequences. And I'm happy to try to clarify that with some direction for how you'd like that to read.
Okay. So let me, I'm not sure I'm articulating my question clearly enough to get the right focus. So let's say, all right, so the second box, bottom half of the page, becomes applicable 2 years after completion of the academic building. So just hypothetically, after that happens, we're going to be generating Castellea will be generating these, I think, 3 times annual reports. I can't remember when it steps down to 2 times, but they're going to be issuing reports. So let's say after the 2 years, the first report comes out, it shows an exceedance. And then the second report, and I understand from Ms. Romanowski that what's intended here is really the second consecutive report, as it states in the first box. So the second consecutive report shows an exceedance. Then the third consecutive report shows an exceedance. And each time that happens, you're going to have the consequences associated with it. Then I get to the fourth box. I think what this says is the first and second report in the subsequent year, meaning the subsequent year after the third consecutive report showing an exceedance. I think that's what it's supposed to mean, but I'm not sure.
Yes, that would be correct. We were looking at the subsequent.
Okay. All right. So I do think that that's not clear here. That was my speculation that that's what it meant. So I would encourage some look at that so that nobody has to speculate.
Yes. All right.
And then the final question on this page, third report within 5 years. I suspect what is meant there is not, you're going to have at least 10 reports within 5 years, if not 15. Again, I don't remember the dividing line between 3 a year and 2 a year. So I think what you're talking about here is the third report showing an exceedance within 5 years.
Yes.
It may even refer to subsequent year. And so that I think really needs to be clarified.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this language, we did meet with the planning and transportation staff on it. And, this was a work product that staff gave us feedback on, and we arrived at this language. But of course, now that we're getting your feedback, we can make further changes at your direction. I mean, these clarifications are very helpful.
My thought is that in the situation were this ever to have to come back to the PTC or the council for enforcement, and again, my expectation is it won't, but these rules really need to be clear so that we take the guesswork out of them. And these are things that I didn't understand. And if I don't understand them, there's a good chance somebody else might not understand them either. So
I'll do a clarification review with planning staff and make sure that I have some clarity in the revision.
Okay. And then the last question I have, Ms. Hughes, I can't remember if in our last meeting, I remember you said how long you've been doing this. And I think maybe it was 20 years.
Yeah. It's been a long time.
So I was curious. I mean, this Castellea has a proposed population of somewhere around 650. If you had the 500, I'm saying, 500, roughly 540 students as proposed, and something around 100 staff. I don't remember the exact number. So, in the 650 range. I'm wondering if, in your experience, this is an exhaustive TDM program. And I'm wondering if you've ever done a TDM program this extensive to address traffic generated by a population in the range of 650 people. And if so, what were those circumstances? What was it?
That's a really good question. My experience has kind of tripped off in the Silicon Valley area back in 2000, 2001. We're working with a lot of high-tech employers and a lot of trip reduction requirements, not necessarily parking reductions. And then along the way, there was such a shift in what works for high tech and what works for biotech and what works for residential and what works best for warehouse or retail. And in this case, it's in this in the academic scenario. And so I would have to say that I've had a project, I don't believe it's been built yet, that went to an 80% car-free entitlement, which was approved. And there are projects in San Francisco, which are really quite dense and they're commercial oriented, that have very substantial TDM programs. And mostly they succeed because there's no parking. There's sort of a forced scenario of having no parking and having your TDM be successful. But most of my experience is dealing in the range, unless there's a project that's like right on the Caltrain station, steps from Caltrain, we're looking in the range between the 30% or the 40%. And Castellea's program is well over 50%. So it's quite robust.
Population that the program is serving. I was curious about that. Castellea's population as proposed is around 650.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm asking if you've done other TDMs this robust for populations in the 650 range.
Most of my TDM programs are for populations that are much higher in density. Population. Mm-hmm.
Can I offer a comment here in terms of schools are kind of a unique TDM situation. When you're working in the industry and things like that, you're dealing with employees that may or may not buy in. Here, and what I've seen in some of the other schools that we've worked in is the parents and everybody is trying to work together and really solve the problem. And so there's a synergy, I guess, that's different in schools than you would have in a workplace. And so you do have fairly decent programs at schools because they do have frequent contact. Everybody is supportive. And so that's a big benefit and a reason these programs can be as successful as they are.
Thank you. Those are all of the questions I have. Commissioner Chang, I see your hand up. You have additional questions for the applicant?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'll try and keep them short. I just wanted to ask a quick follow-up on the CUP and the current enrollment and the enrollment cap. Why is it at this might be staff that needs to answer it, but why is it at 426 now instead of 415, given that, you know, is that the schedule that we had to reduce since 2012? Or in other words, Ms. Kaufman had mentioned that in 2012, we started this plan with the city of how are we going to step down from 450 plus to 415. And so I'm wondering why we're at 426 now instead of 415.
I'm sorry, can I just interject that we're actually at 422 right now?
Okay, 422.
And it is, as you described, there's actually some letters in the public record from the city. The original enrollment plan they gave us when our head of school came forward about the over enrollment was to reduce to 438 and then to hold steady there until we had a new CUP. We did that for a while, and then the city came back and said, well, actually, this project's taking a long time. We want you to continue reducing. So we resumed reducing per the city's requirement that we reduce by 4 to 6 students a year. And we have been doing that ever since. So we are at 422 this year based on that requirement from the city.
Okay, thank you. I also had a few questions about the TDM because as Mr. Eccles pointed out, schools are different from an office environment, very different, particularly because for schools, many of the individuals are not drivers themselves. And so it's the drop-off pickup activity that is a little bit different. And so having no parking doesn't necessarily prevent traffic. So I think a lot of times TDMs are geared at both traffic and parking. But I think in the school situation, this traffic component is one that is particularly important. And so as well as like where drop off and pickup happens and how drop off and pickup happens, because I know that in my experience, at least with our local elementary school, there are violations all the time, no matter how hard our principal tried to work with the parents on it, because parents are in a rush in the morning. So one of the questions I had is I saw, I think this was in mitigation measure 7A, and also I think in the TDM, the drop off and pickup must occur in a garage, assuming there is a garage. And so I'm wondering, how is that enforced?
I can just chime in just to correct you, just to correct that. The project alternative 4, which is now what the school is supporting and was deemed environmentally superior, has a distributed drop-off scenario. So while some cars are dropping off in the garage, there's also distributed drop-off as we currently run the school now. So some drop-off on Kellogg, and we have a portal there, and Bryant. So it's distributed. And how will we enforce all of the various, I mean, Kathy Lang-Decker can speak to this better than I can, but I have seen it. There's a manual, there's all sorts of rules and regulations, and they've got enforcement officers that are making sure this happens because it's a priority. So
yeah, I mean, I'd like to add to that, is that we have really created a TDM culture in our school. I think like none other. Like people just understand because of all the communication we do, all of the enforcement we do, that if you want to be part of the Castellia community, you need to be part of the solution to reduce car trips in the neighborhood. And as Ms. Romanowski indicated, we have all sorts of ways that we do that, but certainly monitoring in the neighborhood is one of the ways that we enforce that drop off and pickup should happen as designated. And we also have ways that we make sure that the drop off and pickup is balanced in certain ways that it avoids queuing. We really, in fact, I welcome you to come to Castellia any morning between 8 and 8:30, which is when most of the drop-off happens. And I think you will see what I'm talking about, that there really is no backup, and that the traffic is, that to the extent there is any, is very carefully managed.
Okay, thank you. Isn't the current, maybe I'm confused because we haven't talked in depth, but I thought that the current, the preferred plan coming out of the ARB meeting was a garage with a drop-off plan in there. And so you're telling me that that's not meant to be the only drop-off point, that there's supposed to be multiple ones?
Yeah, there are multiple drop-off points, and I think that's what they were referring to, is that one of the drop-off points, and it's actually the least used. So it's actually very prescriptive, the EIR, as to the percentage of drop-off that should happen at each of the different drop-off locations. And that's what I was talking about. We have ways to balance that in terms of, using student last names and that kind of thing to figure out what percentage will be in the garage, what percentage will be on Bryant, what percentage will be in the drop-off area along Kellogg.
Okay, and so then my question about, I'm just trying to address the concern of, TDMs are hard to monitor with driveway counters because not everybody is going through that spot. And so then I wanted to understand, because monitoring is so important in terms of making sure that everybody's bought into this. If there's drop off on Kellogg and Bryant as well, how are those trips counted? Because I saw that the counting was with driveway counters.
There are driveways there as well.
There too,
So
okay.
they,
I'm
yeah,
not
they're
familiar enough with.
Yeah, no, I
Thank
know you're getting up to speed, and you'll see if you get an opportunity to look at the plan set, there's actually a circulation map in that plan set that shows you where cars go, and it shows you how they come onto campus and drop off and then leave in each of those locations.
Yeah, I read that, read through the TDM very fast, so I wasn't sure that maybe I missed it in there too. Maybe it's there as well. The other question I had was about kind of relating to the page that was up when Commissioner Heckman, or when Chair Heckman was asking questions. It talks about, with the first violation, we're adding this measure, and with the second violation, we're adding another, like even stronger measure. Was there a menu somewhere that we're picking from in order to determine which measure, which measures could be added? And I ask again because I think transparency and buy-in is really important for this. So for people to believe that there are really teeth in this, it would be helpful to know what that menu is. I know that there were checklists about like, these are additional things that we could consider, but I wasn't sure if those were the ones that we would be pulling from as additional measures that would be implemented.
I'd like to speak from experience of having run our TDM program for the last 7.5 years that I've been at Castellea, and operating off of a conditional use permit that was developed in '99 and 2000, is that to the extent that it's prescriptive about certain things, some of those things after 20 years have become obsolete. And for example, like in our current CUP, it mentions parking at Town and Country Village. Well, Town and Country Village won't let us park there anymore. So, it's just, so I caution you that, yes, I understand the need for transparency, and I think menus are valuable. And I think we need to also understand that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the whole landscape of how transportation is managed will probably have evolved and changed. And I think we want to leave room in there that we are able to pull in a new solution that maybe doesn't even exist today, that will allow us to actually function even better for the neighborhood than we would with one of the things that was in the menu. Does that make sense?
That absolutely makes sense. But I think that, it absolutely makes sense. And yet, because what's being created is also now a communication document for not just Castellea, but the entire community, I think it's valuable. I mean, there's ways to allow for the flexibility to say it could include things from this list or other things as appropriate, right? Like that's kind of a catch-all. But I do think that the concrete examples of what is an additional measure versus what is an additional more severe measure is something that's useful to understand, at least illustratively.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are there any other commissioner questions of the applicant? No hands are raised, so I am going to close the public comment period and thank the applicant for their many answers to our many questions and move us into the commission discussion. And to facilitate our discussion, Ms. French, I'm going to have you pull up the list of items to discuss. And while she's doing that, I want to remind the commission that our role tonight is not to come up with recommendations to make to the council, but rather to instruct or request of staff that they provide us, that they provide us additional information as we feel we need based upon all the council direction, so that when we come back with that information from staff, we're going to be in a position to make the recommendations, at least to discuss the recommendations that we want to make. And so that's really the focus tonight, is to ask staff, I think, for more information. It's not necessarily for any of us to preview our thoughts on the project, although I think some of that is going to be natural as you're asking questions about these things. So staff is, so my thought for how we're going to proceed tonight is to ask our questions on discrete topics and move through the topics. And this is the suggested order. Again, we're not making decisions, just asking questions. And I think our conversation here, our discussion will be more productive if we're focused on one item and then we move to the next and so forth. It is 9 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, I'm going to, or as soon as we finish, ideally, as soon as we finish an item at about 10 o'clock on this list of 8, I'm going to check in with the commission, and we're going to see where we are, and do we want to go later? Do we want to not go later? We'll make some decisions in that regard around 10 o'clock. So, but at this point, I guess I want to ask my fellow commissioners, as you look at this list, is there any reason that any of you can think of that we need to reorder these items and talk about one at a different time that's listed here? Commissioner Alchek.
Are you opposed to allowing the conversation to bounce around? The reason why I'm asking is because I think that it's possible commissioners have sort of different degrees of depth and comments on the various issues. And I think since you anticipate this sort of coming back with an opportunity for staff to provide sort of greater context, I wonder if going one by one is really the sort of the best tool, because while there might be a significant discussion that can be had about the definition of garages, some of these issues are likely not to get as much playtime at the council level as sort of we may anticipate. They may represent less significant conditions. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I almost wonder if we can't entertain a conversation that's a little broader on the topics and allow commissioners to kind of move in the direction that they are sort of interested in speaking to, and having that take place. And in the absence of sort of that, I would suggest that we move the discussion of special events up, and phased enrollment down, and a TDM plan farther down, and because I think one of the things, just to give you an example, I think one of the things I've learned tonight is that we're operating on this set of conditions that may be suboptimal. You have an opportunity right now. You heard the applicant say, we would be happy to provide our facilities for the greater use of the public, gymnasiums for local basketball. I mean, if there is a way to open this up a little bit more and suggest that staff potentially investigate broadening some of their approach, as opposed to continuing to sort of dial in harder and harder on some of these concepts. So I guess I'm suggesting, I think it'd be better if we had a slightly broader discussion that allowed various topics to be raised, so that staff had more to come back with, or at least had an idea of the options that commissioners might be interested in having. discussed.
Commissioner Lowing, your thoughts on this structural question I've asked?
Yes, thank you. I support your approach, Chair Huckman. I think we do need to focus on one at a time. There is inevitably going to be connection because it's all the same project. But I think that's the way to go. I do think that the specific parking thing might want to go up before we talk about garages because of some of the conversation we already had. But other than that, I think the batting order doesn't matter because we're going to get to all of them, whether it's tonight or the next night. So I'm supportive.
Commissioner Chang, your thoughts on the structure of the discussion?
I think if we really want to get something done, we probably do need to focus a little bit more specifically on certain things with the caveat that, of course, there are definitely some big picture cup items that, you know, would be nice to give feedback on at some time, but I think that we could also do that in the future. What I did specifically want to comment on was number 2, parking options D and E. Like, I don't know how, you know, based on the staff packet that was given to us, there were other things that seemed to be prioritized or more clearly called out as items that we would be asked to discuss. So I'm not sure how prepared I am, quite honestly, and maybe it's shame on me for not understanding, to discuss number 2 in particular, and maybe number 7. That's it.
Commissioner, I'll check. Your hand is still up. I think that's a ghost hand. Commissioner Suma, your thoughts on the structure of our discussion?
I agree with your approach. I think that's good. I kind of see the point that Commissioner Chang is making, because some of these things, it seemed like there was a different list slightly before. And it had on it, so maybe I'm confused, but it had on it the art issue, the percentage for art, which I didn't think we'd be discussing at all. So I'm wondering, I'm sort of agreeing with her comment. And then number 8 says other. Does that mean we have an opportunity to propose something else?
So the thought in number 8 is that the council has, through its motion, identified certain issues that we need to investigate. And they identified certain issues like art in the common area that some other entity, commissioner board, has to investigate. But it's possible, and I think Commissioner Lowing alluded to this at our last meeting, that maybe there are some thoughts that commissioners are having that aren't specifically derivative of the council instruction, but, you know, the commissioner thinks that they're relevant and they want to have staff bring some information back so we can mull it over. So that's really what number 8 was about. It's a placeholder for anything that any commissioner wants to order off the menu.
Okay, then I, off menu, my custom meal would be the DUDEC square footage report. Because
when we get to number 8, that's going to be kind of a free-ranging discussion, and that's when you would bring that up. You don't even have to list it now.
Okay.
It's just anybody can talk about anything at that point. That was the intention.
Okay. I understood. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So synthesizing the comments of the commissioner, what I'm thinking let's do is let's swap out number 2 and number 6. Commissioner Alto was interested in moving number 6 up the list. Commissioner Chang was interested in maybe we don't get to the parking options tonight. That'll remain to be seen. And so I'm going to say that we do it that way. So we're going to go 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 7, 8. Ms. French, did you follow me on that?
We're good.
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. All right. So what I want to do, again, we're going to go item by item, and I'm going to offer each commissioner, I'm going to say up to 5 minutes to offer, ask questions of staff, offer direction. What do you want them to come back with to fully inform our deliberation next time on an item? If you hit the 5-minute mark, I'm going to ask you to hold additional comments until we get through the commissioners, and we'll come back to you. So everyone will say everything they want about every point. It just may not be all at one time. So let's start with item 1, which is the text amendment issue. The ordinance language regarding garages and gross floor area. Commissioner Suma, I see your hand up. Is that a ghost hand, or do you want to lead off the discussion on that item?
It was a ghost hand, so if somebody is anxious to start, or I can kind of start if you want me to.
Looks like the floor is yours.
Okay. I was happy that the council actually decided that the underground garage was gross floor area. I think that was a very clarifying decision to make. And then they went a step beyond that and decided that in certain situations, they would only allow 50% of the required parking on site to be handled in the underground garage. So I'm wondering if a citywide piece of legislation that only applies to one property is really the best way to solve, the best solution to solve the problem that we have here. And we don't usually do that. We consider it spot zoning. And I'm concerned about the precedent of doing that, the fairness of doing it. And I would just like some feedback on staff about possible other ways to solve this problem. I'm also very concerned that this will set a precedent for other property owners in R1 to feel like they could step up and ask for their customized law for their property, which is why we don't do one-off legislation usually. So that is my main concern and question.
So Commissioner Suma, your idea in asking that question is when this comes back to us, staff is going to be prepared to answer the question and talk with us about alternatives to this text amendment, for example?
Well, I thought that we were going to give feedback. I didn't necessarily see them answering the question now because.
I'm happy to answer the question. Yeah.
Well, but before you do, Mr. Late, again, I want to sort of clarify our process tonight. I mean, there may be questions we have that need answers tonight, and I'm trying to distinguish that from direction to staff to go back and think about something and come back to us with the answers that we will need to form recommendations. And Commissioner Suma, I don't know if the example you just gave of are there other ways to do this was in one category or the other. Are you wanting staff to answer that now, or is this something you want them to bring back to us?
No, I was anticipating that they were not answering a lot of, they could answer factual questions this evening to clarify if, something, but that a policy issue like this was more for them to take back and think about.
That's how I understood it too. So Mr. Late, that's again, trying to structure this to give direction without spending too much time asking staff to off the fly respond to questions with ideas tonight, rather to let you measure those responses.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that and appreciate the question. I think, we'll have to play it by ear a little bit. Some questions most certainly will require us to go back and talk about it. I will say for this one, to the extent that we are able to answer some questions now and not have to, spend the time writing about it in a report, I'd rather just, knock it out. So for this one, I guess I would say I would refer back to the city council motion. The council did direct us to, explore a text amendment. They asked us to narrowly craft it so that it would not have broad applicability. And so we've done that. We've even given the commission an option on how we can even make it narrower still. I understand the expressed discomfort of writing a text amendment so narrowly, but I don't think that it's precedent setting. We are talking about a large parcel with a private school use, which is not something that we have throughout the city, and even if a future property owner of an R1 zone were interested in developing a text or submitting an application for a text amendment, which would certainly be within their right to do so, it would go through this commission and city council and be evaluated on its own merits. So I don't think it's precedent setting, and I do think it's responsive to the council's direction. If the commission would like us to make some refinements to it, we would just ask for some specificity on what it is that you're asking us to do, that in areas where you think it's not aligned with what the council had asked.
Okay, and then I had asked something about this last week also, and that is that the parking requirement and staff's interpretation that it was a reduction, the adjustment would be that the 50% would be based on the parking requirement before the adjustment, the director's adjustment. And I was just feeling that that did not really represent what council members said. And I actually called 4 of them and asked them, and there was not consensus that they felt that it happened.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sumak, I just need to interrupt you so that you don't communicate to us what you heard from 4 council members.
Oh, okay, thank you. They didn't, I talked to them separately, obviously, but I did not feel that there was consensus that that's what the council meant. And it's maybe not that big a deal, but when we're talking about maybe 100 more or less parking spots, it could make a difference. So those are kind of my concerns, and also a feeling of unfairness that one parcel is getting a really special exemption just for them. And I do have a question also, but maybe, and this is so unlikely to happen that maybe it's not really important, but what if Castellea sold the property? I mean,
yeah, and I'm sorry, if they sold it and
what if Castellea decided to move out of that location sometime in the future? It would be a very large R1 property that I mean, maybe it would have to be rezoned, or I'm just asking.
Well, I guess it's hard to speculate what might happen in the future, but if Castellea were to leave and presumably sell the property, if they're selling it to another private school, then things would continue, as they are with the CUP conditions and all the requirements that they were subject to. If the property were sold and subdivided in accordance with our rules, then and then at that point it would be developed for housing or other permitted use. I don't know. I guess, does that not answer your question?
Kind of. I just had a concern that it would be a 6 point whatever acre R1 lot that had that. If somebody could actually buy that and just put one house on it, with an underground garage, and it would be very different.
The text amendment is associated with the private school and many other
That's true.
attributes. So yeah, okay.
Okay, so those are my concerns. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang, your direction to staff on the text amendment.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I had a similar concern process-wise, at least, about is this really the best way to handle the situation? And I understand that council asked for an ordinance, so we're giving them an ordinance, but it's also our job to tell them that there might be a better way to do this, if there is a better way, because it seems really strange to be, I would just remember Mr. Yang saying in a past meeting at some point, and I can't remember what we were discussing, but talking about making, specific changes that apply in one situation and putting that in the code creates the situation of, creating messy code. And so it does seem strange to me. So, but yet I understand where we are, but I just wanted to say that publicly. With respect to the content, I am concerned about that 50% of baseline versus required parking also. And my rationale for that is that this is something where we're making an exception for some sort of public benefit, probably. I mean, that's why we're doing this. But then but we're also giving something away. Like if we're making an exception, there's value to the exception. So we're giving value on top of value. And I think we need to be really thoughtful about that. And presumably if we're giving something away of value, there's also costs. So then costs on top of costs. And so I would think that if the reason why we're saying 50% of required parking is because we want to somehow minimize underground garage parking, then it should be 50% of what is ultimately required for the site. Then I had questions about whether the code does the garage need to include some sort of information about the square footage per car that's allowed for a garage? Meaning, is it possible to have a garage with one parking space with a giant, circular driveway underneath the ground? Because I guess my question is, I'm not being clear here, it's late. We are only limiting the number of spaces, but do we actually need to limit a square footage that corresponds to the space? Because what are we optimizing for with this piece of code? Are we trying to minimize underground garage space, maximize garage space? What's the end goal here? Because if it really is about, say, limiting the underground garage space because of environmental impact, for example, like dewatering or impact on tree roots or pollution and noise from the digging and hulling during construction, or the concrete required to build it and related carbon emissions, right? Like, or construction time, or what's the purpose of the creation of this ordinance? And if we care about the entire size of the garage relative to the number of spaces, maybe we need to put something about that in this ordinance. That's it for me. Thank you.
So, so Chair Hackman, happy to respond to that. Again, just, I guess I'd like to know from you, what we're going to be responding to in our staff report, and maybe we get direction. If the answers this evening are unsatisfactory, maybe we get direction to come back and flesh it out further. But I will say, relative to Commissioner Chang's question, that's actually something that we thought about as well. And how do you regulate space? Because you can put the requisite, or the maximum number of parking spaces that would be allowed under the ordinance, and then build out a bunch of surplus space to accommodate more parking than you otherwise were trying to regulate for the reasons that you and the council have previously articulated. And I guess there's two responses to that, the latter being probably the more important. One is, we on one hand, you would expect someone not to unnecessarily increase the cost of construction, because basements are very expensive. And so you wouldn't expect that there would be a lot of surplus space if you're not going to get credit for it. You're going to have to address the issue elsewhere. So I think in some ways it may be self-limiting. Again, it's kind of a one-off issue. And so we're not going to see this in the future, probably for another project, which gets me to the second and I think more important component, which is you're reviewing that garage, and as is the ARB, through a discretionary review process. And so you have the authority to look at it and based on findings, require some adjustment or modifications, or say, hey, this is not consistent with the intent. We want to see this really large garage with a spiraling, ramp be changed so that it is minimally meeting the requirement set forth in the text amendment. And so given that, sort of working through that, we concluded that the language was sufficient, given those 2 points. And again, notably that it goes through a public review process where the public and commissions and ultimately city council could say, could call it out as too large.
Okay. Other commissioners on item 1, the text amendment. Commissioner Lowey.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Not hearing you right now.
Really? Huh. I'm looking at you this time too.
Yeah, you are.
I think Commissioner Sua and Chang made very good points. I think that staff did their job. I think they followed the direction from council, and what they're proposing meets that direction. At some point, we'll be able to recommend or not, but I think that the part of what's coming up here is what I'm reading is that there's sort of some policy questions which we're not being asked to opine on tonight. And so if there's another way to do it, then that'd be great. Otherwise, the other one that's on the table, of course, is it can be counted as FAR, and then you have to go to the variance process, which is already at least in place. So I'm not sure what more the staff can come up with, but I appreciate listening, Director Late, and I think you're on the right path for what the assignment is.
I'll check.
Okay. Quick ask for Ms. French or Mr. Late. Do we count below grade parking in non-R1 towards gross floor area?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Ms. French to come on up and help us with the code compliance questions.
So the question is, do we count non-R1? We count below grade parking in non-R1 towards gross floor area?
No, we do not.
Okay, that's what I thought. My view is that the approach here to below grade parking garage is incoherent at best. Our rules regarding single family home development do not allow below grade parking. You can't build a home in Palo Alto with a garage underground. That fact has been confused with the notion that below grade parking in R1 is forbidden by the code. That's not what the code says. It doesn't say below grade parking is forbidden in R1. It says single family homes cannot have below grade parking. That limit is in the design guidelines for single family homes. So the code has specific rules for single family homes, and it also has rules for everything else. So we don't consult our single family home rules when we review non-single family home development, whether that's in R1 or anywhere else. And I want to just highlight that everything that isn't a home that you see in your neighborhood is still zoned R1. Our churches are for the most part in R1, the community centers, the most of the private schools are in neighborhoods, are in R1 designations. They operate with CUPs or development agreements that specifically lay out the rules. So we do build things other than single family homes in R1. And when we do, the rules for single family homes are not what we use. Okay, that's clear to me. Moreover, our comprehensive plan encourages us to send parking facilities below grade, with the clear exception being not for single family homes. So what should we do here? I think the question that staff needs to figure out is what's worse, amending the code to make plainly clear that what is envisioned here is permissible in R1, regardless of how redundant that would be, or maintaining the status quo and continuing to have to entertain the argument from the minority of residents that below grade parking on this parcel in the scope of this project would violate our code. We've heard it. You can't park underground in R1, that's illegal. And you're not allowed to have a garage. And the reason why we struggled last time with the label underground garage is because staff was like, you know what, let's not call it an underground parking garage, because that's confusing people, because in R1, you're not supposed to have parking garages underground in single family homes. So my suggestion would be that the answer is obvious, considering this has gone on for over half a decade. We should just make it plainly clear what the code makes permissible. I don't think that the rule, the notion of defining that a non-single family home could have a below grade parking facility in an R1 district. I don't think that would absolutely change anything in our code. I think it would make clear what is already possible, and it would also take one of these hurdles. It's been confusing. Some people are very confused about it. I think the bigger question is the notion of the gross floor area counting at a 50% mark. It's counter to our comprehensive plan. I think staff needs to explore what doing that would mean all over the city, not just in this particular project. I think this is a theme we have to keep asking ourselves. What is unique about this applicant that we are changing the rules that we typically play by everywhere else in the city? Again, I'm not talking about the rules for single family homes. I'm talking about the rules for everything else when it comes to below grade parking facilities. We didn't count below grade parking facilities that provided more than 50% of the parking need when it came to the new synagogue columnette as gross floor area. What is it about this applicant where we think, oh, we got to change how we do everything? That raises red flags. I think we need to really push staff and council to appreciate that above grade parking facilities are an eyesore, clearly made clear in our comprehensive plan. There's nothing pretty about the above grade parking at the corner of Page Mill and El Camino that looks like, you know, a sea of above grade parking, right? And we've had plenty of conversations about this idea of bringing buildings up to the setback lines to engage with the community, right? Parking lots are not
anyway. Parking lots don't meet that vision. So we have to appreciate that once we create this new measure where we say, okay, well, if you provide more than 50% of your required parking below grade, well, then in that case, we're going to penalize you, which no one's going to do. The reason why most single family homes don't provide 2 covered parking spots is because gross floor area is counted. And so if the minimum is 1, they're going to do the minimum because they want housing space, right? So when we say the underground parking garages are going to shrink and above grade parking spaces are going to increase, that means that green areas are going to go down, right? And usable space is going to go down. Usable developable gross floor area will have to be allotted to a use that we don't want to see. There's nothing attractive about it.
Sorry, you're past the 5-minute Mark now.
That's
If you have
all I
more to
have.
say on this,
That's all I have to topic. I think that's plenty. So
other commissioners on the text amendment that haven't spoken yet. All right, I will give my thoughts and requests. And I'm going to start with really some clarifying questions. I did not watch the March 29th council meeting where the motion that appears in our staff report was made, refined, and approved. And so I want to get some clarity when I look at the language in the draft text amendment, which is, I think, attachment A to our staff report. So I can understand the origin of some of the language. So in the draft, some of the criteria to make this text amendment applicable are, it has to be a historic resource on a parcel 6 feet or larger. I'm not looking at the ordinance right now, but that's roughly what it says. And my question is, were those particular attributes items that the council specifically directed staff to include, or was that more staff's effort to find criteria for a narrowly drawn ordinance that the council had generically ordered?
The latter.
Okay. All right. So to me, that means we have some flexibility on those particular terms. And similarly, what was the fact that let's see, I'm going to look at the language here. Just the concept that, and this really goes to the breadth of the ordinance, the concept that we could just make whatever the requirement here is applicable, potentially applicable to any non-residential use in these residential zones, which would again have it broadly applicable, although it may have narrow application. The reason staff didn't go that way is because the direction from council was to make this ordinance tight and of very limited utility. I don't want to mischaracterize it, but that's the impression I get.
That's basically the gist of it. I mean, it is drafting an ordinance that was, I don't, yes, a narrowly crafted ordinance. And I don't know that the council is necessarily trying to change city policy so much as respond to the particular case that was before them. And so I think that's where those things come together.
And I do understand that the council was explicit that this applicant should have no more than 50% of the required parking, and setting aside the issue of what the base parking is, underground. That's clear. It was less clear to me, and again, it's because I didn't listen to the motion, whether they were insistent that the 50% concept be baked into the ordinance itself. Again, it's just not clear from the way the motion is written, whether that was a necessary component of the ordinance.
So just to respond to that, all we have as staff and you as commissioners is the language that is embedded in the motion, and so that's what's guiding us. And so we're certainly open to a different sort of understanding based on as things could be interpreted differently. The first iteration, just to sort of share our work, actually included the motion talked about exempting 50%. But and then the suggestion was beyond that, it would count toward floor area. What was my recollection of sort of that motion. And when we started thinking about it, and this kind of gets back to Commissioner Chang's question earlier, where do you draw the line at the 51st percent or the 52nd percent? Do you include the drive aisles? What about the space in the corner of the garage that can't be programmed in any way? How do you begin to assign these different square footages? And we kind of got to a point where I think, as you were stating a moment ago, Chair, what appears clear to us is that 50% or below, the council wanted to exempt it from floor area. And so we just made we just kind of created a bright line there and said, and embedded that in the ordinance. And then we, right or wrong, and you can weigh in on this, once you tripped 50%, we said the whole thing was floor area, because we believed at that point it was drifting away from where the council wanted to have a smaller garage for this project.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess the request I have of staff, let me just try this on and you can react. I'd like to see a more flexible version of this ordinance that allows for the possibility of other uses in the residentially zoned areas for non-residential uses, and one that would give the planning department or city council the ability to allow greater than 50% to not count if certain stated, probably objective criteria were met. In other words, and that ordinance could still limit Castellea to the strict 50% that the council clearly has in mind in their motion. But it would be more, we won't have to reinvent the wheel on the rare occasion when this comes before the city. And I do believe it's rare, but it feels to me like it came with Colomet. It just didn't have the same level of controversy. And, maybe in 3 or 4 years, it'll come about something else. And I hate for us to have to amend an ordinance to make it fit a project in the future. So that's what my request would be, is whether staff might provide us with an alternative version of, what's subparagraph D, I guess, D little Roman 8, that would accomplish the council's desire to ensure it can limit Castellea to 50% without necessarily limiting all applicants ever to 50%. And actually what I'd like to hear from staff is a number of my suggestions as we go through these items are of that kind of nature, which I acknowledge that it creates some work for staff, but I thought that was part of the purpose of this phase, where you want to hear from us where we think we might like to go, trying to wrestle with staff's motion. So if it's too much work, then tell me that.
No, listen, we're never going to shy away from the work. That's what we're here to do. So happy to follow through on the direction that the commission provides to us. I will offer a perspective. I think that direction is not consistent with my understanding, at least from the council's motion. And And I'll note that I think the policy change that they did make actually was to stipulate that these underground parking spaces count toward gross floor area. And if Willamette were to come forward again, post adoption of this ordinance, it would count as gross floor area. And so the fact that they reviewed this and gave us the direction that they did, they were telling us we want these areas to count, and we're willing to consider a carve out for this particular property and project. So I think that's what we've done. But Chair, again, if to the extent that I would ask for majority sort of direction from the commission to follow that path, and if so received, that we'd be happy to follow through on that. If that's where the commission wants to go, we'd be happy to come back with some options.
Okay. So I think that what Director Lade has suggested is some kind of consensus building, and I'm frankly concerned about that, because I don't want any commissioners to feel that they have to support that solution in order to just be interested in seeing it on paper. But I feel like,
maybe allow me to clarify. I don't mean to short circuit or not allow for ideas to come forward. The piece that I'm trying to manage, I guess, is if we had 6 different ideas on how to approach this, do we want to explore all those? 6 different ideas. If the commission generally supported the concept, maybe not the specifics, and we would go back and we'd figure out the options, I think that would be helpful, at least, because then we're getting direction from the commission to do that as opposed to an individual commissioner. I think that's important, at least, to understand before we're asked to do some work on that. And I'm happy to, you may not agree with that.
again, I just think it presents some challenges to the commissioners in appearing to support something that they might be curious about without wanting to commit to.
And we would be perfectly fine with that. We're no commitment required. And in fact, I'll even note, the council itself did not commit to its consideration of the text amendment. They gave us direction. They wanted us to explore it. And so there's certainly a lot of room for somebody to, and we hear this all the time, motions get seconded, and I'm not suggesting we do this formally, to consider, ideas and vet them out. So nobody who would support the notion that you or others and other examples may put forward doesn't mean that they're compelled to support that when we come back with something.
All right. Commissioner Lowing.
I was going to make a suggestion that might help all of us, specifically Director Late. A number of people have commented that, I think there's a majority, is what I'm saying, is that a number of people have commented that it would be better if this didn't apply to one property. So I wonder if that's enough consensus for you to think about what alternatives, perhaps what Commissioner Ekman has proposed or others, and you come back with, we thought about it and we think these are the best 2, as opposed to us saying, here's 5 we want you to study.
Yeah.
The general concept is we'd like this to apply to more than one building.
That's helpful, and if that's the sort of sentiment of the commission, then absolutely we can go back and explore some additional options. If there's a magnitude, a dozen, a couple hundred, I'd be curious to understand if there's some what you're. I just don't want to come back with something that's not consistent with your expectations, and not to nail it down precisely, but an order of magnitude would be helpful.
So let me just respond to Commissioner Lowing. I think I agree with your approach. That's sort of a more generic feel. I tried to get kind of specific but rather we can, my thought was broaden its applicability and leave it to staff to figure out how to do that rather than take my cues.
Yeah.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. And I agree that was a good suggestion of Commissioner Lowings. And I just wanted to, in looking back over the multiple meetings we've had about this, I know that I thought kind of the need for Castellet and the situation and what already happened at Colum F might mean that we should look at the policy implications of this issue across the city. So, so coming back with a really specific thing at this time, alternative isn't really what I want. I'd want us more to start having an open, public hearings and policy discussions about whether conditional uses, how garages should be treated, because it might be the case that more of these might come forward. I know, I mean, it's probably stopped a little because of COVID, but there were private schools popping up all over Palo Alto before that. So I'm in favor of approaching it as a citywide policy issue to be discussed.
Mr. Templeton.
Maybe if I could just get some clarification on that. As a citywide policy issue, that's different than, a citywide applicability or broadened applicability. If I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, that was my preference, from the beginning, kind of, is like, do these uses in R1 or low density residential zones, do they need, what do they need in terms of underground garages, and what do we want to move forward with as a citywide rule? So yeah, for me, that's a policy that we need to look into.
Okay,
so, yeah.
Understood. And just the challenge that presents, and maybe that's not, the right sort of stringing the right words together there, but we have an applicant,
yeah,
who's moving a project forward. The council asked us to include a text amendment for the processing of the specific application. And I'm hearing, we got the direction to make it narrow. I'm hearing the commission maybe wants to broaden it. And then I'm also hearing comments that say, well, we should look at this citywide, with the suggestion that maybe we should consider whether it should be allowed at all. If I'm understanding the different components. So we got a pretty wide ranging set of directions to respond to, if I'm understanding the commission or individual commissioner comments. And I guess what I got to fall back on is what the council told us to do, right?
Yeah,
so
my policy, my urge to decide to look into this citywide as a policy is because the need arose, and my approach does not solve Cassie's problem. It doesn't address it. It's a much broader conversation.
Going beyond the project and talking about it. Understood.
And, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Templeton.
So my comments are aligned with what Commissioner Suma just brought up, and I'm going to phrase it a different way because I hear your pushback, Director Late, but
pushback.
well, yes, okay. However you want to phrase that, forgive me. But I think that one time is kind of a one-off, and then 2 times is sort of a coincidence. You're going to see it again, and then it's going to become a pattern. And that is challenging in Palo Alto, because why are we letting it happen there and not there, right? That's going to be the question that property owners who want to have an underground parking facility are going to bring, that we need to anticipate. And I think that is the point that Commissioner Suma was bringing up, is that we can anticipate that land being scarce, people are going to find ways to get creative and work with precedent in the face of ambiguity. So, if we can be proactive in in thinking ahead about this, all the better. And we don't necessarily have to tie that specifically to this project. I understand we have things that are in motion that we need to move forward. But, you know, we also are seeing the different geography of Palo Alto come into play, right? We're having the underground parking facility closer to the hills where it's not as big a deal. And then we're having it, you know, in Midtown where, okay, the water table's different there. And we can anticipate we might even see requests closer towards the bay. What are we going to say then? And it's, you know, there's always CEQA. I'm not suggesting that wouldn't be present, but understanding and communicating that to our constituents, our residents, our property owners in a way that they can anticipate and understand what will be their rights can only benefit everybody. You know, understood that we have constraints about where we can put our time and energy. So I still worry about how much stuff we can do underground. Undergrounding things is a conversation I'm hearing regularly, like in terms of infrastructure, right? And now we're starting to think about parking, a scarce commodity in Palo Alto. Maybe we can put that underground. I don't know for the future, like what is the landscape of Palo Alto going to be in 100 years? Are we still going to be car centric? Are we still going to want to prioritize cars over other kinds of solutions? So, you know, we have to think about that as well and balance that. So our plan is not just this project and this site, right? And it's not just this moment. And how does it tie in with other things like our sustainability and climate action and things like that? So I think that's the gist of what we're trying to say. You wanted feedback. I think that's a direction that is on our minds. When are we, you know, we're constantly talking about parking. We're constantly talking about not enough parking. We're constantly talking about parking garages and parking permits. And, you know, it's there. And we do have someone in the transportation team dedicated to this, right? Can we somehow workshop this and get a clearer plan about what is permitted and what is not? Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, really quickly, I think Commissioner Templeton said it really well. And where I was coming out was saying, like, is this the right thing to do? Is because it was so narrowly crafted that, like, is code the right way to solve a problem if we're really only trying to solve it for one property? I think code is meant to solve problems that are meant for a more broader application, right? So that is exactly my concern. If it's going to be in the code, then I think we should be aiming for a broader application that explains to all the other non-residential uses in R1, what is the realm of possibility here? And so I really agree with what both Commissioner Suma and Templeton said. Thank you.
Other comments on this item one? I will say that I think the concept Commissioner Lowing and I spoke about, having staff come back with a more flexible document, it is the policy discussion piece. It's what allows us to talk about the broader vision, and to contrast it with the narrow version that staff has prepared based on, you know, their reading of council's direction. So it seems like that's a fruitful exercise if staff will put together the language, whatever our respective views are on the wisdom or lack of wisdom of having underground parking in residential zones for non-residential uses. That's a platform for us to talk about it and make a recommendation to council, whether it's their narrow version along the line staff has already written or some other version. So I think that's a good place to stop our discussion of item number one. It's 10:02 and we've only covered item number 1. We have at least 6 more and then other. But I said we would take a pause at 10 and see what the desires of the commission are. So anybody have any thoughts? If we do go forward tonight, we would next be tackling item number 6, which is the events, special events. Commissioner Olczyk.
Well, true to form, I typically, I suggest we at least tackle the next item. I think, doing 25% should be a minimum here, but I'm game to continue. We went a whole year never stopping before midnight. So I think if our target was 11, it wouldn't be such a big deal considering how long the applicant has been involved and the residents have been involved in this process. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Commissioner Levin.
Yeah, I don't think going to midnight is a trend that is a good trend. And this is going to be continued, obviously. I happen to have a really early morning, so I'd love to wrap it up as soon as we could, but I'm not sure how long the events is going to take. We might be able to get through that. But I'm close to the end.
Commissioner Lowing, you faded out again.
I said I'll stick with it if that's what the group wants.
Still a problem.
Really?
There, that's better.
Huh. I said I will stick with it if that's what the group wants, up to a point.
Okay.
That point is not midnight.
Understood.
Okay.
I heard 11 o'clock is a maybe for you.
A strong maybe.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Templeton.
This is a very busy week, and it is an unplanned meeting, a special meeting, I mean, and I just also feel like I don't think I'm going to be productive much longer. I understand that it is Commissioner Olczyk's last meeting. So I would say I'm happy to hear from him on events or anything else he'd like to opine on. And then maybe we should consider continuing, even if we don't complete the whole topic or the whole list. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang.
I agree with what Commissioner Templeton said.
Commissioner Suma, any thoughts?
I'll go with Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner Chang. That seems reasonable.
Okay, I like that approach from Commissioner Templeton also, particularly since this is Commissioner Olczyk's last meeting and the number of hours that he has devoted to this project, study and care and moving it forward is significant. And so, Commissioner Olczyk, I'm going to give you the floor and not put you on a clock to discuss your thoughts on these items. But I think I would encourage you to be succinct in the comments you want to make without limiting your thoughts, recognizing that these are your sort of parting thoughts on a substantive issue, since you won't be around to vote on the recommendations that we make. So the floor is yours, Commissioner Olczyk.
Okay, that was very kind. Thank you, Carrie and Brina and Doria and Chair Heckman. Look, I have been involved in this project a really long time. I'm going to just quickly stay within the format for the purposes of my broad comment, because I think my comment with respect to events, for example, has a larger message that applies to many of the topics. So let me start with that, and then I'll sort of try to expand on the other ones in a sort of more concise manner. Look, tonight, Commissioner Lowing asked a question, right, in the beginning, and I think his question was getting at whether there was a certain number of events that at that limit, the school can't succeed. When we approach the idea of a limit on events with this question in mind, we are basically asking, what limit will kill them? Let's see the limit. Let's set the limit to that plus one. I think a more appropriate approach would involve the following questions. What have we deemed acceptable in other local institutions that operate in the R1? Nearly all of our synagogues, churches, community centers, children's theaters, performing arts centers, libraries, ice skating rinks, lawn bowling centers, private schools, public schools, they all operate in R1 neighborhoods. And nearly all of them host events that are not open to the general public. On packet page 33, there is a link to the special events that are envisioned in the current limit. That link also includes a comparison of other local schools and their limits, and the limits that are in place for those institutions. Now, let me say at the start that I understand limits. I understand the concept well. I'd argue that parents in general have a special intimate knowledge of the concept of limits. The event limit data that's presented to all of us clearly shows that our approach to this applicant is extraordinary, is extraordinary. We are treating this applicant differently than how we've treated all that have come before. And it's not like they came before 10 years ago. We've had local schools come before us in the last decade. Multiple. Not all of them came to our planning commission. I dispute the idea that if the Calumet had come before us, we would have dealt with it differently today. I don't think there's a chance in hell that this city would have, we didn't even see the topic. It never came before the planning commission, it never raised an eyebrow. So what's going on here? What's the logic behind what the city is doing here or suggesting that they do? What does it say about us that we're going to use the most restrictive event limit in our community for the one school whose mission is to educate women? Would this be a harder pill to swallow if the school was Jewish or a school that predominantly served students of color? Look, I'm not trying to suggest, what I'm not trying to do is say that this whole system is screwed. But what I am saying is that this should raise red flags for you as it does for me. I would like to draw particular attention to the proposed restriction that no events take place on Sunday. I'm going to share a quick anecdote. I had the pleasure very recently, to take my 3 young kids to a local high school theater production. If you haven't tried it, I encourage you to do so. It was affordable and surprisingly entertaining. I don't want to shock anyone, okay, with this admission, but it was a matinee and it was on a Sunday. God forbid it was on a Sunday. I know, what a violation. If you are hearing sarcasm in my tone, then your dial is properly tuned. I assume Castellea puts on a student theater show annually. I presume they've done it for 50 years or more. I also presume, like every high school in our community, that they perform a show on Friday, a show on Saturday, and a show on Sunday, a matinee. What is the logic behind saying, in response to your request to modernize your campus and increase your enrollment, you shall not have any matinees on Sunday? Was an episode of Handmaid's Tale on in the background when whoever was coming up with this conditions of approval, was working on it? When there is no logic, when the rules we are applying are done in a manner that is indefensibly uneven, alarms should be going off in the progressive West. We should be asking ourselves, are we facilitating gender discrimination? Can you imagine if this applied to a Jewish day school in this city? There are 2 Jewish day schools in this city. Could you imagine telling a Jewish day school, excuse me, no events on Sundays? If you're not familiar, Jews don't do a lot of events on Saturdays because that's their day off. Can you imagine what is so? This is a microcosm. This is the example. This is the fire I'm trying to light. If that sounds unreasonable to you, then the next question is, well, what are we doing with 70 events?
when our local high school has 70 football and basketball games just for the men's teams? I think the approach to the conditions of approval with respect to events is completely incoherent. I think it represents gender bias. I think everyone should look inside of them and say, what are we doing? Are we trying to find what will kill this school and then just allow them to have one more? Is thriving an objective for the vision of our community or not? And I would ask that you ask yourselves, is that a real public benefit to the community? And then in the category of other, I would suggest what would be a benefit to is the community going to be benefited by some public art piece in the middle of whatever? Or would they be benefited from another place where we can play basketball? Because I'll tell you, Cubberley is packed, right? And I don't know, maybe a local couple would like to host a wedding. Maybe the city would like to have a state of the city address in that beautiful circle. What are we at? Like they're saying, can we do this? Which I don't think is significantly insane to merit the amount of controversy that everybody keeps alluding to. And we're like, you will have, these are all the limits that will make it palatable for us to swallow this pill. And specifically events are my most absurd example. And I'm suggesting, why don't we just say, okay, well, public benefits relate to the whole community. Maybe the Girl Scouts can use your space. Maybe the city can rent space. Maybe we can use your beautiful gym. Maybe the swimming center could entertain, you know, I don't know. Just it's so anyways, the red flag should be going up with respect to events, because we have there's no logic between the application of that limit and every other example in the city. I want to talk quickly about the TDM. I'm not the least bit surprised that it is an institution for women and run by women that is proposing to be the shining example on a hill of TDMs in the world. And all we're saying is like, I don't know, can you really measure it? I mean, from where I'm sitting, the notion that the residents in the neighborhood won't be all over this TDM is crazy. I imagine that there will be no more scrutinized practice in the history of TDM measures in the Bay Area. And I take immense pride that their answer to the question of enrollment size is always, well, this is what we can do with having zero impact on traffic. All right, well, if you're gonna have no impact, then what are we talking about? Can you imagine any scenario where our public school system will satisfy the same carbon reduction effort that Castellea is ready to implement? Can you imagine? There's no scenario where the public schools would ever do this. It would take, you'd have to combat the union. It's my firm belief that we have to take a moment here to recognize just how extraordinary this application is. The city has demonstrated through its leadership zero intent to make the sort of sacrifices to convenience that the faculty and students of this school are eager to implement. They want to show us. The beauty is, once they do this, we won't have any excuses. We'll be able to say, well, apparently it's possible to have zero impact on traffic. So I guess developer so-and-so, can't you do what Castellea does? Okay, I'll move quickly on. I think the TDM oversight committee, not a bad idea. We're not trying to make this impractical. The staff should formulate a way to make it transparent just how excellent the TDM is being satisfied. And if it isn't, there are consequences. So this city loves committees. Why not? I think it would make only practical sense if the committee was somehow made up of third part, what do you call it? Self-interested third parties. That might be hard, but to pill to swallow, but that makes sense to me. I'd say that the residential preferential parking district topic, I don't know that we've completely fleshed out how to do that successfully everywhere in the city. And it seems like a real rat's nest to dive into.
I think the solutions with respect to parking and traffic have been proposed. I continue to be baffled at the notion that we're not satisfied with a TDM that doesn't allow them to grow and suggests that they will succeed at having absolutely no increase in trips. So it's like a problem without, it's a solution without a problem. I want to make just, well, this is my final point on the topic. I think that my main takeaway from the last 6 years on this has been that the opposition is somehow, there's been some, we've overstepped. It's like there's an unreasonableness to this. It feels like the goalposts have moved. It feels like every time we talk, we have new goalposts. And I think what we have, the Planning Commission has a responsibility providing our city sound guidance, and that requires that we recognize reasonable from unreasonable. I think we have to, I think the question about applicability of the first item that we just talked about is, if it doesn't make sense to apply it to other projects, then it shouldn't make sense to apply it here. I think that's, I think on one side you have, Commissioner Suma, who says, well, if we're going to apply it here, we should apply it everywhere. And I'm equally, struggling, because I don't think, if it makes no sense to apply it everywhere, then it doesn't make any sense to apply it here. Same logic, but in the reverse format. I think we have to make sure that the commission isn't complicit in promoting a process that kills reasonable applications for redevelopment by allowing goalposts to be moved, then moved again, and then moved again. I think we've heard a number of residents say they're sort of disgusted by the process. I've had that sense too, and I've had that taste in my mouth. A former mayor recently told me that this death by 1,000 cuts process is what Palo Alto does best. Well, congratulations, God help us. I think we have to find a way to get through this process in a way where you can hold your heads high and say that we did not apply standards to this institution that we wouldn't be comfortable applying to an institution that serves our needs in a neighborhood. If it would make you uncomfortable for your local synagogue to apply the same restrictions, your local church, I think you have to ask yourself, it's like the underground parking garage. The reason why we want underground parking garages is because parking garages are ugly and we have to park on these properties. If you want the school to be, I don't know what the size of the parking garage is, but if you just want the school to be smaller, then say we want your school to be smaller. Don't create bad policy with respect to years of promoting underground parking. I don't envy your position in this process. It's going to be challenging to get through this. But I think the best advice I can give you is to look back at the minutes and see what we said the last 4 times this came before us. We supported a motion to recommend approval of the CUP. We didn't agree on the below grade parking concepts, the definitions, how to grapple with what's allowed and what's not allowed. I remember that division, it was 3-3. But the new, what we're being proposed to review now is a more restrictive version of what we already approved. So the notion that we wouldn't approve it again is almost counterintuitive. It's more restrictive than what you were already comfortable allowing as a group. That group included me. It won't include me next year. But I think that there's something to be said for if you can't you can't have continuity in how the commission acts, then you are in fact participating in a process that involves moving the goalposts. So you're not beholden to my vote, but you do create a pattern that delegitimizes what we're doing here. If we don't say, hey, this worked last year, what changed? What changed? The TDM worked for us last time. What's different? It's better? Oh my God. Okay, that's all I have to say on this topic. I really appreciate the chance to comment on it. I really wish you guys a tremendous amount of success on this item. And my sincere wish is that you are not sitting in the same position as I am, commenting on this topic on your last of 10 years of planning commission meetings. So that's my wish for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. So as we conclude our discussion on this agenda item tonight, I want to ask staff if the intention is to bring this back to us to continue this discussion at our January 12th meeting, which would be our next meeting.
Thank you, Chair Heckman. I don't think we can do it on the 12th. We have a number of items that we need to bring forward to the commission related to the housing element and our wireless ordinance. We need some guidance from the commission. And then your next meeting, I think in later that month is got a couple of items related to renter protection ordinances and ADUs. So I think, you know, from our perspective, you know, I think we'd be interested in having a special meeting if that's possible in between those two regularly scheduled meetings where we can consider Castellea and just Castellea so that we can focus through our remaining items. And again, it would be continued and it would just be the commission's deliberation. We'd have to check with consultants and applicants. Like, you know, it's not a Q&A, but so that's the thought. And I think we probably have to shore that up sometime in the next couple of days.
So to allow the staff the flexibility to do that, do we need to move to continue this to a date uncertain? And then staff would
I would do that. Yep, we'll renotice it. We'll renotice. I guess we would want to pull the commissioners to see if they would be available. And if we can't do it here, that's fine. But on January 19. So we can follow up offline with commissioners to see if that works for you.
All right. Well, so let me just state my view that we can't let this iterative step drag on forever. And I don't fault any commissioner for how long it takes us to discuss these things or how late the hour gets. But we have to find a way to do our work in a timely manner. So I'd be supportive of a special meeting. I'm I guess I'd like to hear from any commissioners who don't think it's appropriate to have a special meeting to tackle this. And if we don't hear any voices in that direction, then we can make our motion and staff can figure out whether the 19th works offline, and if not, when the next available date is. So I'm not seeing any hands of Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I just want to say that I think that there are certain times a year that are pretty intensely demanding outside of the commission, like in our regular daily lives. And the beginning of January is one of those times. So I'm just throwing it out there that may be challenging to schedule. I'm open to meeting and having a special meeting to just discuss this. But it would be nice to perhaps have a couple of options to present to the commissioners, even if, even if it's not necessarily on a Wednesday. Thanks.
Any other commissioners want to weigh in on that? If not, can I ask for a motion to continue this item to a date uncertain? Commissioner Chang.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Nope, I think Commissioner Suma beat you to it. Commissioner Templeton. Commissioner Suma?
I'll second it, but it's fine to go with Carrie. Doesn't.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? Mr. Late, you have sufficient understanding to bring us a couple options? Okay.
Yeah, options for another hearing. Yep.
For the date. Ms. Kucheva, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Yes, and Godspeed.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupert are absent, Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0 with with Vice Chair Rupert are absent.
Thank you, commissioners, for that discussion. Thank you again to our applicant for answering the many questions. And thank you to the other members of the public who have watched this dialogue. We'll move now to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. Any commissioners have anything to say? Commissioner Alchek.
I just want to say, I wrote some parting words. I didn't anticipate you would let me talk earlier, so I'm going to cut them down a little bit, but I have a few parting words for you guys. I'd be remiss if I didn't share them with you while I have this chance, while I have you guys here. So I'm really respectful of the fact you all want to go to bed, so I'm going to make it really quick.
But you don't want to wait. You don't want to wait until we come back on the 12th with your your choice. But
you know, I don't want to
tie it
color
together.
Yeah. Sure. If you
will have the floor on the 12th when we near the start of the meeting. Will that work for you? It's up to you.
I think it makes more sense for me to do it right now. I think I'll take that opportunity just to thank the staff. I have a few quick comments. They'll take me a minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't want to color that night with these comments. Look, I want to say it's been an honor to work with all of you. And I want to say that the most important issue I had a chance to work on this dais has been housing. I think that we stand together here on the front line of a very threatening and raging zero-contained fire complex. And it's when we talk about the housing crisis, that's how I think of it. And I think it's right here at the epicenter of Palo Alto at ground zero. It's a dangerous fire because we don't see the smoke. It isn't black. There isn't some handy app that's going to tell you the AQI. It's clear, odorless, and like carbon monoxide, it's going to poison the state at an alarming rate if we don't deal with it. And I think one day in the future, historians will reflect on whether we cleared the metaphorical brush that is exacerbating this problem or continued to ignore it at our entire region's future, at the peril of our entire region's future. I want to tell you guys that you guys have a real big hand in this fight. You have a choice. We can either lead the way in developing the change that's necessary to ensure a viable and prosperous future, or we can continue to turn our back on this problem and begrudgingly be told what to do by the state one Senate bill at a time. I think it's easy to underestimate a commissioner's role in this firefight. We each have an opportunity to encourage our city to address challenges, and I say goodbye to you today. And I encourage you to think about when your time will be up, when your term will end, how do you want to reflect on your time here? Did you do the hard work, the thankless work? Did you hold the hose to the fire with your compatriots? Did you trust the science? Did you pay lip service to the mic? Or did you send thoughts and prayers for rain? I can tell you that putting out a fire is easier when you have help. Coordination is key. Empathy helps a lot too. This is such an apt metaphor for us in so many ways because leadership to improve our local land use hurdles requires a willingness to stand up to the fire, to face it. Standing up to it puts you at risk. I've been there. There's a reason why firefighters are heroes. They are putting themselves at risk for the greater good. What I'm trying to say is that any planning commissioner in this state who doesn't feel the heat on their face is pointing their hose the wrong way. In the last couple of months, I've been asked repeatedly if I have enjoyed my time on the commission. 10 years. And each time I answer the same way. I don't think it's something you're meant to enjoy. It's been meaningful. It's been fulfilling, no doubt. But a source of joy, not so much. Working on this commission over the last decade has been hard work. And often I have felt like I assume many firefighters do, that each year the fire is just getting larger, hotter, and harder to put out. Thankfully, I've had an honor of working alongside some very dedicated members of the Planning Commission and City Council of each in their own way faced the fire. I hope that each of you will be able to look back on your time on this commission without regret, as I do today. I hope you will be able to say that you did your part on the front lines of the housing crisis. And I hope all of us, staff included, see the fruits of this labor of love come to bear in our lifetimes. And that's the message I want to leave you with today. I really appreciate the idea of coming back to sit with you on your next meeting for a short while. But my heart is full, and I appreciate this experience tremendously. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. Other commissioners with questions, comments, announcements, future agenda items? Commissioner Templeton.
I know that we will be acknowledging Commissioner Alchek at our upcoming meeting, but I just want to say congratulations on many years of service, and I hope that when you look back on it, it will bring you joy eventually. I'd also like to say thank you. I mean, not thank you. Congratulations to Commissioner Chang, and I look forward to welcoming Commissioner Reckdahl. Had the privilege of working with him on the Ventura plan and the XCAP, and I think he'll be a great addition to our commission. And lastly, I just want to say happy holidays to everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Other commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Commissioner Alchek, one more ghost hand. There it goes. All right. I would like to join Commissioner Templeton. I'm sure the rest of the commissioners in congratulating Commissioner Chang on her reappointment. I'm excited to be able to continue to work with you. Also, Commissioner Reckdahl, if you're watching tonight, you see what you've signed up for, and look forward to you joining the fray at our next meeting. And as we adjourn tonight, I want to do so recognizing that we commissioners, our hearts are a little heavy. We're missing tonight our Assistant Director Tanner, who's experienced a recent family loss, and so all of our thoughts. I know I expressed the whole commission our thoughts are with you, and we're looking forward to having you back with us as soon as you can. So with that, I am going to declare this meeting adjourned. Good night.